everyone for your time and your support in any which way, shape, or form that you show it. So for anyone who has not seen any of the previous videos, what we're doing here is a Noosphere grid challenge, and this is all done without, this is basically from my memory of the game. I'm not using any kind of a guide to do this, so it's maybe not as smooth as if someone were to just simply read a guide and then just do what the guide says. I'm sure it would look a lot smoother than what I've been doing. But with that said, I've acquired a stamina tablet earlier in the game, and I don't know where I got it from, and it was just gnawing at my mind and gnawing at my mind and gnawing at my mind. So my curiosity got the better of me, and I did go online to find out where I got it, and sure enough, turns out it was a random chest, but not just a random chest along the path somewhere. When you first get Riku as part of the party, there's a section of the map where you can fight battle formations that contain a chest, like a chest that contains stuff that you can win stuff from. If you steal from a chest in that part of the map, there's a chance that you can get a stamina tablet. So I did get it out of a chest. Just kind of a weird way to get a chest. And also, I decided that rather than spending countless amounts of time with simple trial and error, which, theoretically, you could go indefinitely on something and never actually get an answer to a question. What I decided to do is to be more targeted in my stealing attempts. So when I was on the Thunder Plains the last couple of streams, I wasn't really sure who had what. I was just trying to make a mental note as I was playing of who had what and what I could get from who, okay? Some of the stuff I already knew from previous playthroughs. Other things, like specific things, like who the hell drops lightning marbles, or not drops them, but who can you steal them from, I wasn't sure about. And so, lightning marbles are a rare from those imps, and I do believe possibly a rare from gold elements as well, but I kind of think that's not right. I don't know. It's not like I just memorized what I glanced at earlier. I just don't really remember. Hold on a second here. Okay, so anyway, you can lightning marbles, which are the thing that give you lightning proof. On the Thunder Plains, I'm pretty sure the only place you can get those is from those imps. I think they're called imps. I guess I'm not really sure. The things that have like that mask on their face, and they kind of float in the air, and they use thunder attacks. They are a rare steal from them. And I'm thinking you can also get them from the elements that you fight in Macalania Woods as a rare steel. So that would probably be the preferable method, actually, for acquiring them. Being that those are a lot easier monsters to fight. The ones in Macalania Woods, that's pretty early in the game. But anyway, they're still a rare steel. And then in Macalania Woods, where we're at, see, I've already forgotten the specifics, but they look like a chimera. I don't know, they're like a three-headed monster, okay? Those guys you can get, I don't even remember, you know? I looked at it to find out who I wanted to target while I was there, rather than trial and error and wasting all that time. I realize I'm creating content, but at the same time, it gets kind of monotonous if I don't know what I'm doing. If I'm just randomly just throwing darts at an invisible target and I don't know, and just hoping something will stick. That's just not a very good use of my time. So, let's see here. So oh, my cat is deciding to be misbehaving here, it looks like. Stop misbehaving. So those monsters you can steal lightning marbles. And then the monsters that you can, oh, okay, so you can steal lightning marbles from them. The water elements there, which is odd. You can't steal the item required to make waterproof stuff. But they drop waterproof stuff. There's a chance that they could drop a waterproof stuff. And then, what was the other one? Well, there's the high pillow potion. I knew about that. I'm trying to just think here. What was in my mind's eye? Oh, I see. He's going after a fly. He's just playing with it. He had caught it, and then he let it go so he could play with it some more. So he wasn't misbehaving, he was just having fun. And I didn't realize it. Let's see here. So there was, I thought there was another thing there that I wanted to target while I was here. I mean, there's the poison fangs, but I knew about that. Okay, so the monsters that you fight here who are worthwhile were the water elemental, because they dropped a waterproof potentially. There was the three-headed monster because you could steal lightning marble. There was something that you could steal. There's the I don't know, maybe I'll remember when I see it. Anyway, we're going to be targeting specific monsters. So I'm such a visual person that when I see something, you know, the image is burned in my brain. I can't like look at a piece of paper and look at all of the words and letters on the paper and remember the image of the document. It doesn't work like that. But images, you know, like faces, for example, stick in my mind really, really well. Names, not so much. But so the monsters that have the things that I'm looking for here, like this guy, he doesn't have shit. Well, you might be able to steal like a potion from him or something, that's good. But we don't even care about him. We're going to try one steal, and then we're going to try and just leave this fight, because this guy's a waste of my time. I just remember him not having anything I care about. So I guess, you know, honestly, we can probably just have Waka whack him. He should be susceptible to... Yeah, so that's fine. We can just do that. So the things that don't... Or maybe he drops something worth... It was a drop that he had that was worth something. Okay, defense plus 5, but that's a 3-slot item, that's good. So I don't remember that, like who has 2-slot, 3-slot drops. That wasn't anything I really looked for. I was just looking specifically for who drops waterproof and who drops the things to make elemental proof is what I was looking for. And this is mainly for preparation for Seymour Anus, because that guy at the Ice Temple is going to be a bitch. He's going to suck. It's going to be a tough spot. Because we don't have any kind of null magic, and we have to somehow find a way to beat Anima. That I'm not really sure about with the Anima thing, what I'm going to do. Titus will be able to have a dialogue option to increase his strength. So there's that. I don't know if there is going to be an item along the way that would allow me to improve his strength, like to, you know, to stack that buff. That I don't know about. Way to go! So the cat lets the fly go, and now the fly is away from the window, so now the cat is sad because his toy is gone and he doesn't know where it went. But what I don't want is for the fly to be attracted to the screen of the television, and the cat deciding he wants to go attack that screen because the fly is on it. So I'm not sure what to do. So, yeah, so Chimera looking thing, we can get lightning marbles, which is a really big deal because that's lightning proof stuff, and it's like a higher level magic attack for lightning attack stuff for Riku's use command. So those are what we're seeking definitely. And then also, because we still haven't made a lightning proof or anything proof gear for Riku yet. It's crazy, we can't get into a battle for our life, and normally when I'm running around this place, it's like every 2 steps. So that guy, we would have been petrified if that hadn't happened, so that's just fantastic. So this guy can drop waterproof stuff. So we definitely want to kill him. I think we can silence him, but we don't have any direct way to silence things right now. I mean, Titus has a silence touch weapon, but that's not any good for what we're doing here. We can steal fish scales from that guy at a pretty high rate, but those aren't that great. You know, that's like water ward stuff, and water ward is, I mean, it's not useless, but it's not the best way to spend our time going after water or any kind of ward stuff. I mean, Berserk ward is nice, Confuse ward is nice, because that does actually kind of help a little bit, but we're looking more for the proof, not the ward. And I'm trying to think, this guy I don't think gives us anything worthwhile. This guy has a chance for Hypella potions, I just remember that from before, and that's Confuse proof, so that's a big deal. So we're going to want to try and steal from him. And we're going to want to kill him probably right away just because he can deal so much damage. He's really a dangerous monster. This guy here, he is super dangerous as well, but we don't have any answer to him outside of an Aeon. And so, I'm not sure what to do about that yet. I think we're probably better off, honestly, just bringing an Aeon in and killing the elemental, because there's no really good way for me to try and kill that elemental. To like target him for a particular player to get a drop off of him, because the only player that I would have that would be any good at really doing any kind of real damage to him is going to be Lulu. And you know, maybe it would be good for her to have like waterproof, but we don't use her very much, so I don't know. Well, I think Riku is probably our better option for using magic than Lulu as far as like against bosses, because she'll do more damage. with her use command than Lulu will do with level 1 magic. I think this is our best bet for killing these guys. And since this guy is, I don't think he can give us anything worthwhile, we'll just kill him, you know? So anyway, this is kind of what I want to try and do here, is be more focused and, you know, if there's nothing really all that great to be gained by stealing from a particular mob of enemies, let's just get it over with as fast as we can and try and get something, you know, maybe we can get a drop from that elemental, you know, maybe we can. But trying to focus who gets it, because we don't really have anyone that's good at killing him other than an Aeon or a Lulu. And I'm just thinking, you know, Lulu, she has her overdrive, so that could be useful. But I think she's better off as being a, you know, off the bench character that comes in, does something, and then, you know, goes back out again, rather than someone who sits on the front line. And the people that are on the front line are the ones that we're gonna want to have, like, you know, our elemental proof stuff for boss fights. At least that's the thought process that I have right now. Because boss fights are the things that are really gonna, you know, they're really gonna pose the biggest challenges, I think. And now that I don't even remember, you know, there was, who the hell, I guess maybe it's just drops? And it's tough to farm for drops. Who the hell had the... So it's not like I'm sitting in front of my computer and I have a web browser open and I can just look at stuff up, you know what I'm trying to get at here. Mega Potion, okay. So that's a useful steal, but we're not going to farm him. Mega Potions are something that if we really want Mega Potions, you know, they're available in a number of different places. But we did get a Mega Potion, so we should probably go back and save. That's a valuable item. Oh, no, 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 I didn't want to do that. Damn it. Let's get out of here. I do know that there are a number of things worth playing Blitzball for. I've really only done that one time, like where I heavily played Blitzball, and that was when I built Waka's Celestial Weapon. And that was quite a ways back, so I don't really have a whole lot of memory on that. And I didn't plan on making Celestial Weapons for this because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's... We're just doing the storyline, right? We're going to kill Jack. That's what we're doing. Now, this is the guy. You can get a rare steal of lightning marbles from this guy. And, you know, I'm probably better... So the thing is, if I think ahead, okay, we got, after this, after we leave Macalania Woods, we can go back and try and get the overdrives for Aaron, which is probably advisable, because I'm not really sure what I have ahead of me. But we have the Seymour battle at the Ice Temple, okay? And that's my primary point of concern right now. That's the first spot that I'm thinking about that I'm like, you know, what are we going to do about that? I guess I have a slight concern about Spheromorph, but I'm not catastrophically, you know. I mean, we can beat Spheromorph. I'm sure I can find a way to beat him. It might take a while, but we should be able to beat Spheromorph. And we might be able to do it really quick, actually. If we just use our Aeons properly, we might be able to wipe him out relatively fast. This guy, I need to find out. Is he susceptible to sleep? No, he's not. Is he susceptible to slow? Let's find out. Because he's one of the guys that we need to steal from.
What a mess.
Or maybe not, you know. This is something that I'm trying to think, you know. Once we, you know, maybe I should just push through, okay? Push through to the end, get Spheromorph, go back, get the Jek Spheres. Because the thing is, once we get past here, we go to Macalania Lake. And after Macalania Lake, we go to the desert. After we get past the desert, we go to the sewers. After we beat the sewers, where do you go after that? Honestly, I think after you get out of the sewers, I kind of say that's where you have the cutscene with Titus and Yuna, and they swim around and all that fun stuff, and then Twitch just bans my stream because there's some song that plays, which isn't even really all that good, but for some reason, you're not allowed to stream that song, which is totally stupid, but, you know, yay lawyers, right? And then it's the Calm Lands. So am I forgetting something then? You know, is the question. Am I forgetting? Is there a step in between there somewhere? Because after you get to the desert, then you beat home, you leave home. After home, you go to Baville, you fight the douchebags at Baville, and then they throw you down in the sewer. You beat the sewer with the Yuna section, and then you beat the sewer with the Titus section. And then that's what I'm trying to remember. What happens when you leave the sewer with the Titus section, you know? That's the end of that section. Where do you meet back up with... Wait a minute. I don't remember. How do you reconnect? You know what I mean? Like, after Yuna leaves she has to fight that, you know, the guy that has all the summons at the end of that part of the sewer. And then as soon as you win that fight, then you switch party and you have the Waka, Titus, and Riku's group, where they have to fight that worm again, only this time he's undead and you can cheese him. And then after that you go collect a few chests, and then you're at the end of that, and then I don't remember what happens after that. I don't remember at all. Okay, crap. Well, let's steal from you. And then let's bring in Valfor. Because Pella potions are great, but there's a better place to get them than here. This is not the place to try and farm that guy. So I'm just trying to think, you know, at the end of the sewers, what happens next? And you know, I should try and get some plus magic strength to Yuna, like a piece of gear that adds magic strength to her, because that should transfer over to the Aeons, and that should then in turn improve the damage done by the Aeon's magic, and then I could one-shot that water monster. Light Bracer. Yeah, that doesn't do us any good. Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe I should just try and make my way through here and then deal with the farming later. So he'll probably die. Maybe I'd be better off doing this. That way I can one-shot one of these guys with Balfour. Oh, what the hell am I doing, water? Why the hell would I use water on him? What a freaking moron, dude. One of them is already gone. I don't think he'll survive. He can't heal himself, but this guy can. It's also probably better to get overkills on them because that's probably going to give me a better chance to get better drops, right? And these are the guys that drop the waterproof stuff, so that's probably in my best interest. Nothing there. There's also the idea that once I get to the calm lands, well, then it gets a little bit more complicated because then there's dark aeons that you have to deal with. But I don't think there's any dark aeons around here. You got one on the Thunder Plains, you got one on Jose High Road, you got one in You got one on the desert, but he's just way at the end by home. So you got Ifrit over by home. Or am I misremembering? No, I think it is. Can you encounter Ifrit at 2 different places? I'm thinking it's Ifrit that's over by home. That's Dark Ifrit. There is Dark Valfor by Besaid. Or in Besaid. There is Dark Ixen in the Thunder Plains. There's somebody on the Jose High Road. I was thinking that was Ifrit as well. Unless he can be at 2 different spots. I wouldn't think so. Where's Shiva at? I don't remember where Shiva is. Maybe she's the one that's on the high road. The Jose High Road. I just don't remember. But it does making traveling back a little bit more complicated because there are some places you can't really get to very well at all. I mean, there's some stuff you can do as far as moving around and making long walks, like warp to one place and then walk backwards for a long ways to get to somewhere else. And you can do it that way. As far as warping to the place you want to go and just going there, for example, the Jose High Road, if you want to go to the south end of that area, you would have to warp to... Honestly, I don't even know. I don't remember where they all are. All that stuff. Anyway, I think so as far as capturing monsters or whatnot. I want the chest. Get out of my way. Does this guy seriously block this chest? You literally can't get it? Yeah, okay, that's enough. Alright, so Poison Fang from the wasps. Mega Potion from that guy, which, you know, there's more than one place to get Mega Potion. Actually, I should just use her. Just get this over with. Because that's the thing, you know, I can just go back here and... Wait, Glorious Shield. Okay, alright, that's definitely something. Because I can just go back to the areas that have the monsters that I want to farm the item from, and then I can capture them, and then I can go to the monster arena and just grind that specific monster for the item I want, rather than having to deal with all the other garbage that, you know, like just organically doing it through the game. Some of the stuff isn't so bad, but some of it is kind of sucks. So, I'm not sure how I want to go about doing that yet. That would almost require me to build a second stone-proof weapon for Waka. And that would kind of suck. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be 100% necessary. I could put like piercing on that capture weapon, and that would help. I guess it just depends. There's a lot of monsters that are hard to deal with. What am I doing? I gotta eat something else. I ate a little bit earlier, but I'm realizing that I still need something more in my gut. Let's try a Hypella potion from you. Doesn't work, so then we'll just go ahead and bring in you, and then summon. Let's just go ahead and bring you in. That's probably... Oh, let's grab that. Plus, we'll get that first strike weapon once we get to the end of this level. Which will definitely make things... that will definitely change how we go about doing this. Because we don't have to worry about opening a battle up and getting wrecked. We'll just simply not have that be an issue anymore. And hey, who knows, maybe we'll get lucky while we're making our way down there and just naturally, organically collect the lightning or waterproof gear for somebody that we can use it. Like, you know, it'd be nice to, like a Riku or something, that would be cool. Like a multi-slot waterproof, that would be sweet. Okay, we're not. You can go to hell. Alright, let's see if we can slow this guy. Yes, but it didn't hit. Well, that's always good. But we just don't have the right stuff for this guy right there at this time, so we're just gonna have to do that. This guy.
Have you seen Donna?
Donna? Can't say I have.
What's up? We got separated on the way here. Damn it all! I've got to find her!
Calm down.
But if anything happens to her...
Running around in a panic is not going to help. Right now, you have to keep cool and search.
But...
Guard your emotions, then guard your summoner.
You're right.
Shall we search?
No, I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you, Sir Aaron. What's up?
Oh, I just wanted to wish him good luck.
A butterfly with rainbow wings will lead the way to secret things.
Yeah, I don't need that. Secret. It's the wrong guy. Give me just a second here. Alright, so I just had to turn the oven on here real quick. No, catching the butterflies, we don't need to do that. It's just a Kamari thing. Oh, come on, man. Kamari celestial weapon thing. You know, I've never got his celestial weapon. He's probably one of the easier ones to get it, right? I mean, once you have the celestial mirror, anyway. You know, if he had Mug, dude, just think if he had Mug. How much more simple this whole entire thing would be if he just simply had Mug. Last time I came through here, I made it all the way to the last butterfly without encountering a battle. I thought that was pretty awesome. But then I somehow bumped into the final butterfly. Yeah, Arctic wind. Arctic wind. Sounds kinda like... suppose you can guarantee rare steals with a piece of gear, right? That you can earn through the monster arena. Am I going the wrong way? I always get, I shouldn't say always, but oftentimes I get turned around in this place, and I'll think I'm going the wrong way, or I think I'm going the right way, and I'm going the other way. Whichever one is the right way or the wrong way. I'm going to, if I think I'm going the wrong way, I'm like, oh, I better turn around, and then I start going, and I was right the first time, so when I get turned around, it's just easy to get turned around here, and I feel like maybe I'm going the wrong way. Get out of the way, butterfly, there we go. I don't think we've gotten a single Electro Marble from this guy. It's 25%, so, you know, if we steal 4 times, we should get one. At least I think it's 25%. Alright, well, we're making progress here. Let's go ahead and buy ourselves...
Holiday prices on all items in celebration of Maester Seymour Watto's wedding. Too expensive, you think? How about this?
Alright, that's a massive deal, dude. Humongous. Yes, we will equip it. Magic 5%. Probably we should actually, because that'll make our Aeons stronger. So yes, I don't normally buy this because it's kind of useless, but at this point, it does make our Aeons stronger. So... or it should make our Aeon stronger. So, let's see here. Unless she's already got something good on. Oh no, Rod of Wisdom is +8. So, no, it's not good. It's no good at all. Magic 5 is not as good as Magic 8. So that was a waste. Is there anything that he sells for armor for her that would be any good? No. Apparently not. Oh, that's a waste of my time. Alright, well, let's... I mean, at 5,000, I don't think that's going to be a big problem. If that's a big problem, we got bigger problems than that. Alright, let's sphere morph. So what is the tactic I want to use here? Do I care about the second level 2 sphere is really what we're getting down to? Do I care about that or not? Because, I mean, it's just adding piercing to a weapon. And, I mean, probably I should try and get it. I guess I don't know what kind of damage the summons are going to do against it. That's the main thing. I just don't know. So, let's think here. We have 3 overdrives. Well, we don't need to do that. We can just use their elemental properties to start. And then use the overdrives, you know, dismiss and use overdrives. I think that's probably the best way to go, wouldn't you say? We can steal from this guy, though. He's got some good stuff.
Wait. It is here. Somewhere.
It is here.
What's here?
Something you should see.
But, Sir Orin...
It won't take long.
Okay, it is a monster that likes to be a poo-poo head. That's what it is. I don't know.
It's just water,
I've never
isn't
been
it?
this far before, so I
This
don't
is
know
what
how bad
spheres
this
are
is
made
going to
of.
be or not.
It
Like, I
absorbs
guess my
and
concern
preserves
is
people's memories.
when he does his multi-target attack, will that kill my party? If no, then, you know, we'll work around it. We'll figure it out. If
Fiends
yes,
are also
then
attracted to these places.
that's the problem. Probably we can't, like, do anything to it, like slow it or sleep it or anything like that. Hey, hey! Hey, that's even better. Let's see here. Just primarily... No, it doesn't really use magic. I mean, it does with a retort, but I don't think... I think it's gonna be blocking. Okay, so it uses water, which means it's vulnerable to lightning. So, let's go ahead and bring in Ixen. And let's just go ahead and, well, let's see what do we got here. This should stack 5 times. Alright, so this should be as strong as it's gonna get. And so let's find out. We have lightning too, so let's see what happens. That's pretty good. Let's try to keep a running total in our head. We got 31. Did it morph? Did it shift? 31. It's using ice, so we need to use fire. Okay. So... we've done 3,100 damage. Try to keep 31 in our mind. 3,100. And 3,100. And we need a fire monster. $3,100 weak to fire. One. Two. 3,100. Three. 4. 5. And let's see what kind of damage we do here. So 6,300. It's about halfway dead. He's still weak to fire. That's great. $6,300. $9,900. I think he's still susceptible. We should be able to kill him now with an overkill. I think he's only got 12,000. We've done 9,900, so we should get an overkill on this attack, right? Unless I'm misremembering here. Well, let's try it. Oh man, what the fuck, dude? Oh, dude. Okay, so now he's back to like basically full health. Son of a fucking bitch. Now that's some shit right there. Water. So lightning is our guy. Now I probably have to do the reflexes again. I guess we can find out. Or if he loses them or focus or whatever it is. Alright, let's see. Alright, I guess he didn't lose it. So 3,200. Let's just say 3,300. We need water, that's no good. 3,200. 3,250. 3,300. So we're at 3,300. And he's weak to water right now. Right? 3,300. Weak to water. Double check. Yeah, 3,300 weak to water. I guess we could just $3,300 weak to water. So that's 33. It's 5,000. 5,000. Let's get you out of here. I wasn't paying attention. Looked off the screen. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of you. In case we need to bring you back in. So what is it? What did I say? 33, 43. Yeah, 5,000. So 5,000. And week 2, we don't know yet. $5,000 week 2 ice. We don't have ice. 5,000 week to ice. I guess we could just do 5,000 week to ice. $5,300 week to ice. 5,300 week to ice. Or 5,300 week to we don't know yet. Crap. Oh, haha! 5,300 week to water. Alright. 5,300 week to water. 5,600 week to water. 5,600 we don't know. 5,600 we don't know. $5,600 we don't know. $5,600 week to ice. $5,600 week to ice. 5,900 week to, we don't know. 5,900. 5,900 weak to ice. $5,900 weak to ice again. Let's just say 6,000. 6,000 weak to ice. Weak to ice. $7,700. $7,700. $8,000 weak to ice or weak to lightning. 8,000 weak to lightning. 8,000 weak to lightning. Okay, 8,000 weak to lightning. That is fantastic news. Weak to lightning. So this will set him up for overkill. Oh, we got... Well, I guess that will set him up for an overkill because that kills him. I didn't think we were going to do that much damage, but he did a crit apparently. Because he wasn't doing that before. So, there we go. That's the end of that. That guy was pretty basic. And we got the 2 locked 2 spheres. As we got our overkill. So that's pretty freaking awesome. I wonder if that guy drops anything good. I suppose he probably does. White ring? What is that? Ice resistance? But we got the 2 locked 2 spheres, which is great because now we can put piercing on 2 different weapons.
Jet left it
And
here
that
10 years ago.
is going to be useful.
Play it back.
Very, very useful.
What are you taking?
I guess I had in my mind that that guy might be a little bit of a problem, but I wasn't super concerned about him. It's really the guy, you know, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again right now. It's Seymour Anus in the Ice Temple that has me worried.
Ain't this supposed to be a grand
Him
occasion?
and his
We're the cheering fans, the crying women.
Aeon,
Too many goodbyes.
which actually, you know, it's not really fair to me to blame him for that.
Well, it better
I
be a
mean,
lot
his
more
mom
colorful when we come back.
Was
A
definitely
parade for Braska, vanquisher of sin.
responsible for, on some level, turning her son into a sociopath. I mean, what kind of woman was his mother, really? All we know is that she,
Oren, could you stand closer to him?
unless maybe there's more of the story that I don't know, but from all I know, the only thing that I remember is that
Good.
little tiny
That should do
cutscene there.
What's the matter?
Um,
Afraid I might bite.
Jacked.
At
Braska, you should take one too.
the end of the Xanarkand ruins. It's like the shortest cutscene in the game, where just the slightest amount of
Lord Braska,
sympathy is
we shouldn't be
drawn
wasting
up
our
for
time like
Seymour
this.
Enos, but
What's the hurry,
I don't know, man.
Let me tell you what the hurry is.
Orin,
What's the point? He wasn't on some pleasure cruise.
I think there's more.
Hey, if you're sitting there watching this, it means you're stuck in Spira like me. You might not know when you'll get back home, but you better not be crying. Although I guess I'd understand. But you know what? There's a time when you have to stop crying and move on. You'll be fine. Remember, you're my son. And, well, never mind, I'm no good at these things. Anyways, I believe in you. Be good. Goodbye.
He sounded almost serious, but it was too late.
He was serious. Jekt had already accepted his fate.
His fate?
Jekt, he was always talking about going home to Xanarkand. That's why he took all those pictures, to show them to you when he returned. But as he journeyed with us and came to understand Spira and Braska's resolve, it happened gradually, but Jekt changed. He decided he would join Braska in his fight against sin.
So then, he gave up going home?
That was his decision.
I guess I understood. My old man, he knew there was no way back home, back to Xanarkand. He wanted to go home, but he knew he couldn't. He couldn't go on until he accepted it. Besides, even if he had found a way back, I don't think he would have left his friends behind before their journey was complete. All right, let's go, guys. Maybe I had to start accepting my own fate.
So now the question is, well, there isn't any question. We're going to go back to the Jex theory as well. I think that's probably pretty important.
Wait,
Yeah?
Jekt loved you.
Oh, come on, please.
He just didn't know how to express it, he said.
Enough about my old man, okay?
I just thought you should know.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Well, we did it once before. We can do it again. And with more specific Well, actually, nah, I should just go back now. The last thing I want to do is go too far or something and then not be able to go back. But what we can do is excuse me. What we can do is narrow down the battles that we give ourselves any concern over. And now, do I want to use... Actually, I should probably start thinking about making a piercing weapon for Titus. That's probably going to be critical for the Seymour anus. At the Ice Temple. Because you get a natural strength buff from dialogue in that fight. And well, just because I don't mind looking up what's good to steal doesn't mean I want to look up boss fights. I still really want to do those on my own. That's gonna take all the fun out of it if I look shit up about that. So I'll still work that out in my head as we're going here. But what do we have for weapons to build for him? Have we gotten any good drops? You know, what do we got? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, maybe I can buy something between here and there. Or, you know, between Besaid and there. What are you still doing in the formation? If only there was a way to add Mug to a weapon instead of having to get it from the sphere grid. That's nice. If we could have got that for Titus there, that would have been cool. 2 open slots. Wait a minute. Should we have the path available to us? The Crystal-y path? Does it beat Sphere Morph, or do you have to go walk to the back and then it's available? Uh-oh. Let's just go the safe way here. And while I'm back there, I'm strongly considering going into the Kilka Woods and farming those bees, wasps, whatever they are. because they're a pretty easy enemy, and we can get lightning marbles from them, and that's probably the easiest place to get the items. And lightning is a having a lightning invulnerability is a really big deal the whole game, because the other elements kind of come and go, you know, depending on where you're at on the map. But lightning is forever, man. Lightning sticks around. It's you run into lightning monsters pretty much all over the world. Come on, what the hell is this? Am I just not healing outside of battle or something? Or what the hell, man? Alright, so we'll just go ahead and summon again. Actually, I should bring Ifrit in and get his overdrive built up. This would be a really good formation for that, because these guys are pretty vicious. Haha, Poison Fang. That's good stuff. Alright, let's see here. Water is lightning. Yeah, he'll be alright. Plus we can get a couple overkills here. Maybe we can get that waterproof drop. See, that's one thing I don't know. Does an overkill... I know it gives you like better... Like you can double your sphere drops and stuff like that. But does it give you, you know, a chance? Is your chance to get better drops, like a gear drop, better? Because as far as I know, it just doubles your sphere drops, right? Or in theory. So like if you fight a boss, like for example, Sphere Morph drops 1 level 2 lock sphere. But if you overkill him, he drops 2 of them, okay? That, I know how that works, but how does the other stuff work? Does an overkill do you any good on that stuff or not? I just don't know. Well, this will be the end of his magic here, so that kind of sucks. Maybe we can get that waterproof drop here. I know the odds are probably really, really stacked against us in getting any of those to ever drop, but we got one on the Thunder Plains. Maybe we can get one here. Well, not a waterproof, but elemental proof with 2 extra slots.
Say your prayers.
I gotta check something here. He's been giving us Arctic. Ooh, we can make 1 ice proof. That's pretty awesome. So the question is, who gets it? You know? Who gets it? And why is Arctic wind more powerful than Antarctic wind? That doesn't make any sense. Because it's colder in Antarctica than it is in the Arctic. Well, we do have the ability now to make a... I should just right now just put it on Arn. Because then that would mean he has lightning and ice immunity. And an extra slot for another elemental immunity. But the thing is, you know, how good is he going to be against Seymour Anus, you know? That I just don't know. Alright, what are we doing here? Hypella Potion, yeah. Not getting it, but trying. Gotta try, right? Gotta kill him because he's the most dangerous. Probably you can't hit anything in this formation. Probably best to bring Lulu in to kill the bee. And hope that she doesn't get petrified so she can try and kill the lizard. Whoa, he survived that? Okay, I don't like this now. That sucks ass. That sucks major, humongous donkey ass. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen. The bee was not supposed to survive. Son of a bitch. How freaking far did we get? What did we lose there? You know? Son of a fucking bitch. That was not supposed to happen. The bee was supposed to die to the ice. It's shit like that that pisses me off, you know? I feel like I got screwed there. So the whole path, since the end of that battle there, we lost. We were almost at the end of the freaking woods, man. What kind of bullshit is that? That bee is supposed to die to her ice. What did he have? 1 freaking hit point left. That's bullshit. Bullshit. I mean, if there was any chance that the bee doesn't die to the ice, I just bring in a summon. There's no reason to not do that. Apparently there is. Bullshit. Man, that's bullshit. I hate redoing stuff. I hate it a lot. It's like one of my things in my life that it's in video games. Like if I just did something, I don't want to do it again, you know? I don't want to redo that section again. I just did it. I don't want to do it again. especially if it happens multiple times, then I start to get really pissed. And I'm just dealing with a bunch of shit in my personal life right now, so I'm a lot more susceptible to stress than I normally would be. A lot of my major stress relievers are not, I don't know how to say it. It's just like I'm making choices that make my life more difficult right now. Let's just put it that way. I'm making a whole bunch of choices right now that are causing me stress and more stress and other problems that, you know, I don't need to do, but I feel like it would be wise for me to make these sacrifices now in the hope that there's a payoff for the choices that I'm making. That's the best way I can put it without getting too far down the rabbit hole. But it still doesn't mean... So my fuse is short right now. A lot shorter than it would normally be. If everything was right in the world, my fuse would be like super, super freaking way down the road. But that's just not the case right now. Because bullshit. Did I somehow change her gear? She's got magic defense gear. That makes it even worse. She's got magic defense gear. So she should even more... I just... It just pisses me off. She's supposed to kill that bee in one shot. That's not supposed to be a thing that can even happen. The bee survives the ice. What the hell is that, the bee survives the ice?
Here we go.
Let's see if this was a one-off. I gotta find out if that was a one-off or if this is like a thing on this map.
Well then,
And if so, you know, did he have 1 hit point left? Did I just get raped from that bullshit? No, he survived. Now, how much hit points does he have left? 3 fucking hit points! Yeah. It's maybe not a one-off. Maybe there's a small random chance that the ice doesn't kill the bee with 1 shot. So it can happen. It's happened 2 times in a row now. So, yeah. I call that bullshit. That's what I call that. Bullshit. I call that me getting screwed. See if there's any kind of consistency to it. It's doubtful. That's awfully close, but that's major bullshit. Major bullshit that that's even a thing. That it's even a thing is just pisses me off. I understand that, you know, we're in a no sphere grid game and, you know, everything that's attached to that, but that's the first time a bee ever survived an ice shot from her that I remember. Now granted, if she probably had 1 more magic power, then they probably wouldn't survive. I don't have any equipment for her that gives her magic strength, just magic defense, so that's probably the culprit right there. And plus, you know, in a normal playthrough, she'd be so overpowered right now that, you know, that bee would not survive. But the game creators, you know, they made it real close there. That spot, 3 freaking hit points and 23. I don't know if the number of damage that she did is consistent or if there's a range that she can do. Usually magic is pretty tight, but it's not, there's no guarantees. Plus now I'm in pain again. I was thinking about going to that masseuse today, but I was like, well, tomorrow's my last day at work. I don't have another job lined up yet. That's kind of something I've done in the course of my life. Very rarely when I've left a job have I had another one lined up. Only one time has it ever proved to be, I guess I would call it catastrophic. But I've learned enough from that lesson that I won't let things go, I won't allow them to deteriorate too far. I think I have window in my mind, and I'm expecting that I should be able to. This shouldn't be too much of an issue, at least I'm hoping so. But I'm still dealing with this pinched nerve. It's not gone completely yet, and that's the main reason why I'm leaving my job. Is because I just can't perform the duties that I was hired to perform. With this thing being, you know, vulnerable, this nerve being vulnerable to. So basically, if I pick something up and it turns something in my body just the right way, then I get this terrible pain. And in addition to that, it tightens a muscle group up in my left shoulder, which then, so it's a terrible vicious cycle. So the body recognizes the damage has been done. So soft tissue comes to the rescue and tightens up. The problem is it's a circular problem. So the muscle tightens up to try and protect the spine, but in the process, it prevents the spine from resting in its natural position. So the body's trying to protect itself. It's kind of like, I don't know, like what there's like a disease out there where like the body tries to protect itself. I think some kind of arthritis or something like that, where it recognizes there's something not right, so then it sends its natural defense system to the rescue. And that natural defense system actually does like catastrophic harm to the joint, and so it's just this nasty cycle. Well, for me to resolve this issue, I need to, well, I'm gonna have to go back to the masseuse again, get that muscle loosened up like butter, go to the chiropractor, have him reset me again, and then not pick up anything heavy, specifically with my right arm. So it's weird, it's my left side, but what happens if I pick up too much weight on my right side without it being balanced out? What happens is, because my vertebrae are not, they're not securely locked in their spots that they should be. They've been moving around back there a little bit in that one spot because of this stupid pinched nerve bullshit. What happened was this thing smacked me in the back of my head while I was holding a significant amount of weight. This old man had this pickup truck that I was loading some shit in the back of his truck for him, and I forget what the hell those things are called. Like some cars have them where you lift up the hood and it holds the hood up, but like a lot of toppers. Like on the back of pickup trucks have them that hold the topper up when you open the back. I can't remember what the hell the thing is called, like a shock absorber or something like that. Well, anyway, his shit was broken in his truck, and he just had something, you know, rigged up to hold it up, and that thing fell out and then his shit smashed me in the back of my head while I was in a compromised position, and that's what caused my shit to get all jacked up back there. And so the massage therapist and the chiropractor have done a world of good for me, but I can't do the daily tasks that I would normally be doing at work until, well, I'm just not going to do that shit anymore. I mean, they don't pay me dick, so who cares, right? I mean, if it was a job where I was making a decent living, I would probably just take some PTO and try and, you know, rehabilitate this shit, you know, while keeping the job. But because they don't pay me dick, I don't care. I can replace that income somewhere else. You know, it's so funny. You talk to employers and like, oh, nobody wants to work anymore. And then you talk to employees and they say, well, nobody wants to pay us anything. So we're stuck in this game of chess, or more like a game of poker, where employers don't want to pay employees dick. They want to find the guy who will do the most possible work for the least possible amount of money. And employers are like, well, I want you to pay me more. Obviously, employees want to be paid the most possible amount of money for the least possible amount of work. That's like on average. I mean, there's obviously deviation from that, right? But the idea is there's this poker game, and you know, I honestly, you know, I'm totally all for the free market system. I have no beef with that. But I think there should be more transparency in what, first of all, what the P&Ls are of companies. That should be public information, you know? Like if you work for a company that the ownership group is making $5 million in profit a month, and the wages that they pay their employees are like, well, let me think here. Let's just think like rationally here. So like, let's say it's $5 million a month profit. That's too high. Let's say, well, actually that's, let's say $1 million a month, okay? Let's say a company, it's not a big corporate entity, it's just a company, right? Their profit is $1 million a month, okay? Which means their sales, who knows what they are, but their profit, well, before paying out their employees, okay? So just the amount of money that they make from marking up the products that they sell, from what it costs for them to purchase the item to what it costs for them to sell the item, not counting utilities for the building, not counting overhead for the building, not counting wages or benefits for the employees, just the straight, how much do we pay for this shit and what do we sell the shit for? And let's just say it's $1 million, okay? Then, you know, you have to shave a little bit off of that $1 million to pay your employees. Let's say you have like, oh, I don't know. Let's say you have 20 employees. Let's say you have, of those 20 employees, let's say that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 6 of them make better than 80,000. I don't know. I don't have a calculator in front of me. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, what is it? 80,000 a year, right? So what is it? So okay, so 80,000 a year. So if they're making 12, that's 12 million profit a year. 80,000 a year times 6 is, well, let's see, what's 8 times 6? I should just know this. I should have it memorized. 6 times 6 is 36. So 42. So 56, right? There's 8 times 7 is 56. 6 times 6 is 36 plus 6. 56. I can't think with the music. So 56. 6 times 6 is 36. Plus 6 would be 42. 48. So 48, right? So 48 is, what's 48? Why do I care about 48? $480,000. Okay, so you've made $12 million that year, and the highest paid employees that you have, you're paying them about $500,000 a year. So that means you still have $9.5 million in profit. Now, let's say the bottom tier employees, all the rest of the let's see what I say, 20 employees, 6 of them make $500,000 combined, and then the next what is that? 14. So the remaining 14 employees, let's say that they make, let's see here. It's hard to think with the music. Let's just say they make combined, let's say that, you know, the company isn't straight shit, and those remaining 14 make up another $500,000, okay? So that means 10%, let's just say rough numbers, right? So you've made $1 million, it costs you, you know, for what it costs for you to buy the product to what it costs for you to sell the product, you make $1 million a month, so you make $12 million a year, and then you pay your employees 10% of that. I think that's 100% bullshit. That means that you make 90%. Now there's going to be overhead involved. Okay, you have to pay insurance, blah, 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 blah. But still, at the end of the day, let's just say, honestly, I don't know what it costs to pay for the employer's part of medical insurance or dental insurance or all, you know, the trash that they typically offer people. It's not like these companies, unless you work for a really good company, are offering you very good benefits. It's bottom of the barrel shit, you know, like, you know, for example, if you have dental insurance through them, you pay them like $50 a month or something like that, and then you have $600 worth of premiums, and they'll pay a maximum of $1,000 a year. So that basically means that if you get $1,000 worth of work done, well, you've already paid $600 in premiums. So the only way to make anything off the deal is have $1,000 or more worth of dental work done in a year. That way, you're basically paying $600 for the $1,000 worth of work, right? Which isn't that good of a deal, honestly. It's really not that good of a deal. Especially if you don't have, you know, especially if you're up to date on all your dental work and all you need is a couple of cleanings and maybe 1 or 2 small fillings filled, then you're taking a loss. So that's shitty dental insurance. And let's say that the medical insurance is equally garbage, then you're probably really, the employer's probably not paying very much at all for that. Now granted, there's taxes, but taxes are for everybody, so they can suck an ass. I don't care about your taxes. Everybody pays taxes. Either way, I guess the bottom line is I'm saying that if less than, let's just say 15%, because it's probably not even that. If you make $12 million in profit, and then off that $12 million, you pay out $1.5 million in wages/benefits for your 20 employees, 6 of which make a decent living, the rest of which are basically living paycheck to paycheck, or just barely above paycheck to paycheck, right? Like maybe they're making, well, it depends on where you live too. I mean, if you make $40,000 a year in New York City, you got nothing. You're living on the streets basically. You make $40,000 in the upper Midwest, you know, maybe you can, you know, not be living, you know, you're probably living in an apartment somewhere, right? You probably can't afford to buy your own house, pay off a mortgage at 40 grand a year. But, you know, at least it could be worse. So when you, and then just odds are they're not paying their employees $40,000 a year. There's probably a couple of them that make 45 or 50, and then there's a couple of them make 25 or 30. You know what I mean? It's going to wash out. It's not going to be a straight number for all the employees. But there's typically in a company like that 20 employees. You got a handful of them making 80 to 100,000 a year, and then there are a couple making 50 or 60, and then there's a couple making 30 or 40, and then a couple making 25, and you know what I'm saying here. But basically, at the end of the day, the company that has $12 million in profits for the whole year pays for insurance, benefits, and wage. They're kicking down $1.5 million. That means that 85% of the profits they get to keep. That's a huge margin. And if it were, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a communist, I'm not a Marxist, I'm none of that shit. I'm just saying that because corporations in America have taken over the economy and there's no accountability. So like, let's say you live in a small community and there's like just, back in 1952, and there's no real corporate footprint in your community to speak of. And it's all, local ownership, right? So you hire the people that you know to work for you in your community, right? And pretty much in those situations, all the money earned and spent stays kind of within the community. And there's accountability there. If you treat your employees poorly, nobody's going to want to work for you. And if nobody wants to work for you, then your business is going to have to close up its shop, because it's a small community and it's not going to work. The guy who treats the people in the area like ass, you're going to tell him to go to hell, and then nobody will buy his shit, then nobody will work at his store, and then he'll have to close up his shop. So there's a little bit of semblance of accountability to your community there. But with corporate America taking over, so as the baby boomers generation has retired or passed away, the mom and pop shops are basically, so the kids have the option, okay, do I want to keep running the mom and pop shop? It doesn't have to be a mom and pop shop. It can be a TV station. It can be a farm. It can be any kind of industry that was built up by their grandparents or their parents or their great-grandparents or whoever, the people that they came from, who they descended from, built this thing that they were born into. Now, the problem is now versus previous generations. In previous generations, the kids would want to take over the business. They would love to have the opportunity to take over the business, and they would, and the business would stay in the family. But now, most of the time, I would say, a majority of the time, I would say, as people have moved from rural areas into more urban areas over the last 75 years, the kids don't want to take over the business anymore. They just want to sell the business, take the money, and go do what they will with the money. Well, what happens then is that money gets squandered over the remaining lifetime of those kids' lives. And then the actual value of the business is consumed by the entity which purchased it, which is in most cases a larger business. I mean, it might not end up being that way when it starts off, but the end result is that the larger business consumes that business. One way or another, people buy the shit from Walmart instead of mom and pop shop. That's what I'm getting at. And so once Walmart controls everything, and it's not necessarily Walmart, there's a handful of them out there, Walmart, Target, what do you pick the area, there's going to be like 3 different, if you live in like a place that has 150,000 people, there's probably 3 or 4 corporate hardware stores. Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards, what else is there out there? Anyway, you got a handful of these corporate hardware stores, okay, and they're the people that supply the region with the hardware for the area. And then there's going to be places like Target or Walmart. There's going to be places like Costco and Sam's Club. Do you see a pattern here? So all the money in the community that's spent at these places, it doesn't stay in the community. It gets shipped off to some nameless corporate bank account somewhere. But on top of that, there's no accountability to the people that you work with, because the people that work at those places, they're just working for a nameless, faceless entity that has no accountability locally whatsoever. And because of these things, that drives down, I don't know, how do I say this? It basically destroys the infrastructure of the local community. I don't know if we're going to call it retail network, but it's bad for the community, and it's bad for America. But it's who it's really, really good for. It's really, 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 really good for the people that run these corporations. And it's really good for the politicians that pass laws favorable to the corporations. That's who it's good for. Absolutely 100% that's who it's good for. And so because we have corrupt government officials, and don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-capitalism or anything like that. I'm totally 100% for capitalism. Any hole that you want to try and attack capitalism for, I would say, well, what is the alternative that's better? You know what I'm saying? You know, there's going to be, it doesn't matter what, you can attack Tom Brady if you want and say, well, look at this problem with Tom Brady. Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, so who is out there that's better then? Who's better? What's the solution? Who's the better quarterback? Who's won more Super Bowls? Who's got more statistical prowess than anybody else? You know, it's just like, I mean, you can find flaws with anything, okay? That's fine. You can find flaws with anything, but the premise of that attack is extremely weak when you're just pointing out the flaw in something and you're not going to provide a solution. You know, that there's just nothing there. It's a completely empty assault is all that it is. And I think that's primarily what happens with most people that want to attack capitalism. And I'm not attacking capitalism in any way, shape, or form. What I'm attacking is nameless, faceless corporations. And the thing is, I don't have a real solution to the problems that face the American economy, other than one, get rid of the pieces of shit in Congress, because Congress hasn't been doing their job in my lifetime. And honestly, Congress probably hasn't been doing a good job in close to 100 years. So Congress, go look it up. Congress over the history of my lifetime has something like a 29% approval rating. Think about that. 29% approval rating. And that's across all political demographics, across everything, right? Over decades of time. In my lifetime, it might even be lower than that by now, because in the last 5 or 10 years they've done even more damage. But think of another industry where you could be that bad at what you do and not get replaced by somebody who does a better job. The only way that can happen is a government-run industry. That's the only way. No privately run industry. The privately run would either collapse under its own weight and go bankrupt, or it would replace the pieces of shit with good employees and a better run system. So that's one thing. But the other thing is you just simply have to have good men in charge, or women, whatever. I'm not trying to make it a man-woman thing. If you have good men with good moral character and integrity in charge of business, then you know, you're just not going to see these things. This was stuff that was brought up in the 50s and in the 60s. when automation first started taking hold in manufacturing, right? So there was a lot of people that were really worried that laborers were going to lose good paying jobs, like say at an auto factory, to a robot. And they were right, they were going to. But that's not entirely all bad, you know. I mean, some jobs were things that were damaging to the people that were doing them, you know. Like painting, for example. If a machine can do the painting and you don't have to have a human being breathing in all these poisonous gases or in a hazmat suit to go work in there, and they can't work nearly as fast as the robot, you know, I think maybe if that's what you did for a living, you could probably find a different way, you know, paint in a safer environment, you know, do something more customized type stuff, rather than trying to, you know, just paint the frame of a car passing by on a assembly line type situation. But the idea was in place. But what the problem is that they've automized, or what's the word I want to use here? They've basically done the same thing with all industries in America, you know? It's not so much that they've taken jobs away from workers and given them to a machine. It's more so that the economic situation in the United States has been, they've been squeezing us since, well, honestly, there was a little bit of honeymoon period after World War II ended, where economically, I mean, things were really, really gravy in the United States. But once that honeymoon period wore off, then things started to get really bad, specifically in the late 60s and into the 70s. Things started, I mean, you started seeing it more in the late 60s. It hadn't really hit very hard at that time, but definitely by the Jimmy Carter administration. And obviously, I don't remember that. I wasn't even born. Well, I might have been born when he was still in office in his last year. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look at the numbers, but I have no memory of Jimmy Carter. I just know a little bit about history. And, you know, we're seeing the same bullshit. If you look at history and look at what happened in American history, specifically in economic American history, what you saw what happened by the politicians mainly. A lot of it was people in Washington that caused this. So what they were doing is they were screwing Americans at the benefit of a small, very small group of other Americans, wealthy Americans, and not just that, but people that weren't Americans, you know, foreign nationals. They were screwing us and funneling the wealth of America into a small select group of Americans and then shipping it out of the country. And that's never stopped. There have been certain people that have been in charge that have slowed it down a little bit or sped it up, but that process has not stopped. It's never been reversed. It's only been slowed down or sped up. And right now, the pedal is to the metal, people. That's what's going on right now. I mean, you're paying $6 a gallon for gas. Why are you doing that? Don't listen to what CBS tells you or NBC tells you. They're lying to you. It's not because of the war in Ukraine. That's not why. They like to blame it on that. The White House right now is blaming it on that. But oil prices are all over the place, and that does not necessarily change. So, like crude oil, I don't remember what month it was. I think it was in March of 2020. The futures on oil were negative, meaning that on paper, you had to pay somebody to take your oil, okay? I'm not making this up. You can go look it up. Now, you weren't getting gas for free, were you? Hell no. you were still paying close to $3 a gallon, definitely over $2 a gallon for your gasoline. Even though oil was technically a commodity that you had to pay someone to take away from you. That's what the value of oil was at that point. Now, that was actually Russia's fault. Nobody really talked about it much, though. So what had happened there, and it's pretty simple. It's just basic economics. And it was retaliation by the oil cartel is pretty much what was going on there, okay? So for the last number of years leading up to that, the United States had produced a lot of oil. They'd done a lot of drilling. I know this because I live up in a part of the country where there's a lot of oil that was produced in a window of time recently, okay? So, well, this is part of why, the region that I live is part of why I know some of this, but part of it is that I've just done more research and tried to learn about what the hell's going on here. And what had happened was the United States had opened up all sorts of drilling permits all over the place and allowed companies, whether they were American companies or foreign companies, didn't matter. But we were open for business. The United States was open for business as it pertained to the production of oil, okay? So we became oil independent, you know, so we didn't have to import oil anymore. We were self-sufficient as it pertained to energy, okay? So people like Saudi Arabia and Russia didn't like that because when we're producing all that kind of oil, well, what that does is it lower. No, it's gonna sound confusing here for a minute, so you're gonna have to just hold on here, okay? It's going to lower the price of oil, okay? Now, what did I just say? That they lower the price of oil on purpose? Yes, they did, but let me finish, okay? So what happens is when the United States produces all that oil and we're not buying oil anymore and we're making our own oil, that lowers the price of oil around the world. And what happens then is the OPEC countries, the oil cartel countries, right? They have less control over what the cost of oil is going to be because the United States is, one, not buying their oil anymore. We're producing our own oil, but on top of that, we're selling oil. So since we're flooding the market with oil, and it's just like any other commodity, once there's more supply than there is demand, the value of the commodity goes down, okay? So when the value of oil goes down, those countries don't like it. So what they did, specifically Saudi Arabia and Russia, is they put a facade together that they were having a feud, okay? Well, it's interesting how their feud worked out, but what they basically did was they started pumping so much oil that the price of oil plummeted, okay? Now, there's basically one reason for them to do this. Well, it's a complicated situation, but by dropping the oil below a certain number, is dropping the value of oil below a certain dollars per barrel number, what that does then is it makes it so that American oil producers are unable to make a profit from the production of oil that they produce, okay? So the designed result of Russia and Saudi Arabia gutting the oil price was to force American private industry to stop producing oil because it wasn't cost effective for them anymore, okay? So now that they have plummeted the price of oil, now it's going to hurt them in the short time, okay? It's going to hurt Saudi Arabia and it's going to hurt Russia in the short time. But they're totally cool with that because this is a long game that they're playing. So now that they've gotten American private industry out of the oil game, saying, okay, well, we can't make a profit off this. We basically have to pay somebody to take our money, or to pay somebody to take our oil from us, so we'll stop producing oil, okay? So that's exactly what happened. The United States stopped producing. No, it's not like the pumps that were in the ground stopped running, but we stopped making more oil, producing more oil, drilling more oil. So basically the oil industry, so the people that worked in the oil industry lots of people lost jobs. The economy suffered greatly because people that were making a really, really good money now all of a sudden didn't have a job anymore, so they couldn't pay their mortgage, so then their house gets taken away from them. It's a really, really nasty cycle, right? Now, the average American doesn't see anything other than gas prices go down a little bit. Now, gas prices did go down a little bit, but not like insane. It's not like they went down below $1 a gallon or something. Just enough where the average American was like, hey, this is good. But on top of that, the oil going down a little bit didn't bring gas down a little bit, which does bring the cost of other goods down. So it's not all bad, right? So a lot of what you pay for, like, say, a box of Oreos at Walmart comes from how much it costs to ship that product around the country. Because the actual manufacturing of it is nothing. But the shelf life and the life on the truck and the gas that it costs to ship it around, that's where most of that cost is coming from. Then taxes, and then they have to make a profit, whatever, right? But Walmart has a slim profit margin, so that's why they have such low prices. But anyway, so things were artificially dropped down a little bit. Not substantially, but a little bit across the board, okay? Because everything is like a music equalizer. When you raise up the thing and they're all connected, then everything goes up and down, up a little bit or down a little bit. When you move one thing, everything moves with it, okay? So now let's fast forward. This was March of 2020, I think. Like right when, I mean, COVID hadn't completely blown up, but it was blowing up, okay? And then that even made it worse, right? Because so the Saudi, maybe it wasn't March, maybe it was February, I don't remember. But it all kind of happened like bang, 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 right? So the Saudis and the Russians have this, phantom war, which drives the price of oil like all the way down. Trump takes all the credit in the world because he's like, oh, well, yeah, look what I did, and the oil's so cheap now, and it's so good, and I'm going to fill up the oil reserves. He was being kind of disingenuous there. He knew what was going on, but he didn't tell the public. He just took credit for the good side of things without actually, letting everybody know the bad side. But anyway, fast forward now, we're in 2022. Well, guess what? Now you have Russia at war with the Ukraine, right? Now I have to rewind just a little bit here. So Trump's not in office anymore, right? So when the new administration comes in, the first thing that they do in day one is shut down the Keystone Pipeline, shut down any kind of oil production, slash any permits that might be pertaining to anything oil related, and just cripple that industry. Do everything they can to just kick it in the balls, stab it, a red hot poker in their fucking eye, and just you're done, you cocksucker. We're trying to kill you, stay dead. That's what they did to the oil industry, or any kind of like non-renewable, they call it, right? So they just go after that. So that increases the cost of goods, because now all of a sudden there's less supply, but demand hasn't gone down any. And then the new administration, they go in and they sign off on supporting, which is so backhanded. So they kill our own United States energy industry, and then they go over and remove a sanction that was preventing the Russians from finishing off a pipeline of their own into Germany, right? So this is like right when the new administration takes over. So now the groundwork has been laid for what's going on now in Ukraine and Russia and Europe, right? So since Russia produces a lot of oil, they were basically the primary, the idea was they were going to be the primary supplier of Europe through Germany of oil and gas, right? Well, now that the Russians have Europe by the balls, because they're going to be supplying them with all their gas and oil, then, oh, just a freaking coincidence, they go and start this war with Ukraine. Give me a break. Come on. So now, not only have they got a friendly in the White House that will help them kill American energy, but now they go ahead and grab Germany and the rest of Europe by the balls and say, hey, we have your supply of oil and gas. We're going to do what we want, and you're going to let us. And so then they go ahead and invade the Ukraine, Russia does. And then as a result of all of these parts moving and working together, oil prices skyrocket. Now, this was planned out way. Russia and freaking Saudi Arabia got together and had a little powwow back when Trump was still in office and said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take this short time hit so that the gas prices go down and we get the Americans to stop producing oil. And then if Trump loses, then we can go ahead and continue on our path. If Trump wins, well, it'll be short-lived. But if Trump loses in November, then we can make this a permanent deal and we can make massive amounts of money because we'll be able to control the oil market, like completely, because we'll have a friendly in the White House who will cut American production completely. And that's exactly what happened. So now they're making back all that money that they lost back in 2020 when oil plummeted, and then some. And it's not just the Russians and the Saudis. The American oil companies, like the big ones like Chevron and stuff like that, they're making massive profits too. But they're just kind of the middleman. Chevron, they don't really get to dictate the price of oil. They just manufacture it based on how lucrative is it for us to make this stuff or not. Anyway, that is in a nutshell what has happened to our energy and the oil prices and why all that shit has gone down. And this is all verifiable. You don't have to just believe me. You can go do your own research. But don't believe the freaking media. They're just lying out their ass. This was something that was, well, they had hoped they were going to get rid of Trump because Trump was a big impediment to all of what's going on right now. And it wouldn't have had to have been Trump. It could have been another individual in power, but Trump specifically, he was very, very, very friendly to American energy. But man, you look at how things were in 2019, the end of 2019, and then look at how things are now. And I mean, your 401k was probably the highest it's ever been in your whole life in 2019. December of 2019, January of 2020, you probably had never seen it so high. And look at it, even with all the up and down of COVID and everything, look at it now. Look at it now. You probably are like at 50% of what you were. Maybe 60% if you're lucky. And if you were really, really, really fortunate and didn't have anything in any tech stocks, which nobody did. Everybody had tech stocks. Everybody had stuff in crypto back then. Everybody had stuff in like Amazon, all these things, right? Just making money hand over fist. Life is good. Then now look at it all. Now look at it all. These cocksuckers in Washington. And it's not going to get any better. Anyway, they tried the same shit in the 70s. It was a little bit different, but basically, if you go talk to your parents or your grandparents and ask them, they had lines all around the blocks at gas stations because people couldn't get gas. And gas was more expensive than it had ever been. It was brutal. They're just doing the same shit, man. There's so much going on in the United States and in the world right now that is very, very, very similar to the 1970s. Very similar. They haven't stopped trying to do what they were trying to do in the 1970s. When I say they, I mean the elite people, the extremely wealthy people, the people that shift and move power around the world. Because after World War II, man, America became the big bully on the block. There was nobody, the Soviet Union, but I mean, they were communists, so, you know, it was just a matter of time before they fell under their own weight. I'm kind of waiting to find out when that happens to China. I mean, they can't keep on going on like this forever. Eventually, they'll just have a huge revolt over there, and they'll tear it all down. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Really interesting. I wonder if it'll happen in my lifetime. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, to be perfectly honest, because they don't really, I mean, they have Russia, who, there are still high-ranking officials in Russia, and that's their part of the world, you know. But I don't know. The United States just keeps on getting weaker and weaker and weaker. The dollar keeps losing value. Our influence around the world becomes less and less important. Our own media just lies to us constantly. It's like, where have all the good men gone? Where have the men of integrity gone? The men who will stand up for what's right. Where have they all gone? And now we live in this world where, I mean, you have the Facebooks and the Twitters and the TikToks, and it's all this. I don't have any of those. I used to have Facebook, but I canceled it some time back. I had Twitter for about, I don't know, a matter of weeks. It wasn't very long until I realized what a sewer that place was, and I was like, I just don't need this in my life. Never did have TikTok. And I don't have any problem with anybody who uses any of those communication methods. I have no beef with anybody. I'm not here to tell you how to communicate with people. I just choose to not do that, and I don't know, it's just Twitter has too much power over the masses, I would say. Haha, Hypello Potion, baby. Like, one person on Twitter, oh man, this is dangerous here. I shouldn't have summoned him. Well, you know what? I'm just going to use his overdrive because I don't like this one bit. Just so much has happened, you know? Information moves too quickly, and slow is better. Slow is always better. Like, look at a plant, right? A plant doesn't grow fast. The only thing that grows fast is a weed. A good oak tree or a good maple tree or a good any tree, it takes a long time for those plants to grow. Look at a human being. A human being can be good or evil based on any number of factors. I think a plant is a better analogy because a plant is just a plant. It's not trying to hurt anything. It's just doing what it's been programmed to do. And plants that grow fast, we call those weeds. And when it comes to information, there is information that's good, and it takes a long time to absorb, probably because it's good and there's a lot of it. I guess we'd probably, well, I hate to call that wisdom, because wisdom doesn't have to be a lot. It can be a small little nugget of information and still be wise. But I don't know. Information that spreads really, really fast is probably not good information. Doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, evil or anything. It's just if somebody spreads a rumor and it circulates through high school, right? Man, remember, you're back in high school, you know, somebody circulates a rumor, it spreads to the whole school super, super fast. But then how long does it take, you know, for the truth to make its way through the school, if it ever does? Hey, we're getting kind of lucky here. We got a Hypello potion from the last guy, and then we got a Mega potion from that guy. So that's 2 rares back to back. Got a little bit of fortuitous RNG. Hopefully we can stay in that loop, that friendly RNG loop. Oh, we're still in that friendly RNG loop because we just got 3 rares in a row. That monster there is actually probably the best monster here. You can steal an item that will allow you to put lightning proof. That's his rare. And you can steal an item that will let you put ice proof, which is his common. So that's like, maybe as far as steals go, maybe as good of a monster as we've encountered so far. He has 2 really high level items available for steal. We're not that far in the game. Plus, he's susceptible to petrify, so you can just whack him. One shot. So that's a pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome find, that guy. Alright, they're gonna try and screw us. This is a bad formation. I don't like it. I'm concerned, highly concerned. And we're gonna go ahead and try and bring an IX in here. We could bring Ifrit in. I'm gonna bring an IX in.
Please.
I just want to get to that save point. We've acquired too much on this trip. All right. All right, so now we gotta decide here. I guess we don't have to decide right now, but we have enough to put one ice proof. On a piece of gear. We have dark proof, but who cares? We're 16 petrifier grenades away from a stone proof. Confuse proof, I don't remember what it is. We're a long ways away. Berserk proof, we're a long ways away. Light curtain. Lunar curtain. That's some super late game stuff there. I'd love to use Auto Man, but we'd end up just wasting a lot of remedies. Isn't there a way to put magic on a weapon or anything? Or are we on defense here? Yeah, we're on defense. We do have piercing now. Initiative? Yeah, I don't know. We don't really need that now. We got first strike now, so. I don't know how many. I think it's 20, but it might be like 32 or something. That's 60. That's expensive. Magic 3%. I guess we could put something on Lulu. Give her 3%. Magic booster. I wonder how many that is. That actually will probably be huge. I wonder if that would translate over to the Aeons. If Yuna had that on the weapon. That's an interesting possibility. Alright, give me a minute here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Well, I'm gonna go back to Besaid Island and go get that eject sphere that should be waiting for me now. But, you know, it's not all bad. I mean, this is not a time-sensitive deal here. It's gonna be a long grind. I'm sure there's quicker and easier ways to do this stuff. but I don't want to follow somebody's guide. Maybe, you know, if I wanted to play something like this a second time, and I wanted to streamline my time on it, you know, I'd be open to it at that point. But I don't like using guides on my first playthrough. I try to avoid using the internet. Now granted, this isn't the first time I played this game, but I've never successfully completed a no spirit shot. And, you know, as we make our way through this area, we will be given more opportunities to just simply acquire rare drops, like I'm not 100% sure, but I think that the imps, I think they're called imps, and the lightning elementals here on this level, on this map, both of them have a chance to drop. I didn't really. Both of them have a chance to drop lightning proof gear. Now it's going to be a pretty low chance because lightning proof is really good. But we already got one for Aaron, so that's cool. I think it's kind of a ripoff that they didn't give us the ability to steal lightning marbles from that lightning monster right there. I think that's kind of a ripoff that they screwed us that way, but I want to get those overdrives back. This is probably a good guy for that. Electro Marble? Okay. Oh no, Electro Marble. Yeah, duh. Lightning Marble is what I'm thinking. to watch Lulu gets it. Didn't she already get something? Yeah, she did. She got that stone touch. Stone strike. Shoot. We have 3 stone strike weapons. 2 for Waka, he only can equip one at a time. And 1 for Lulu, which is just like the worst. The worst. Anybody would have been better than for that particular weapon. This is a dangerous formation. But that imp, at least I think he's an imp. I think you can steal lightning marble from him. And I think he drops lightning proof. Two. Nice. Come on, man. Dude, seriously? Dude, unfreaking real, bro, dude. What, you just do this incessantly? Since when is that your only attack, you dumb son of a bitch? Unbelievable, dude. Well, at least we just got a save, but man, that's some bullshit, dude. How many in a row is that? That's not normal, is it? Usually they run away. I mean, I know sometimes they do that attack, but... You know, we don't have Titus in the party, and we probably should. Well, I think we're okay. He has first strike, but usually Riku goes first. I guess if we got down, you know, where we're close after we've gotten some really good drops, you know, maybe it would be worth it at that time. Come on, man! You're supposed to survive that! How do you tell if they've been slowed? Oh wait, no, he doesn't. He has a first strike weapon on. Yeah. I gotta figure out what I want to do with him. Do I want to bring him in so he can slow? Probably. But if he's not in the party, he doesn't need that first strike weapon. And that's going to become more valuable as we move along towards the final boss, but this earlier area of the game I don't think is quite as important. Plus we don't use him for anything other than his slow blade at this point in the game. Dude, seriously? You're opening with this now? Hey. Whatever. What is it, a 50-50 chance that they do 1,000 needles or run away or what? I thought they used to just do it something else. And, I don't know. I don't know. Really? Oh my word, we're gonna die. We are gonna die. Those cocksucker one-eyed
What a
monsters,
mess.
man. I agree with you there, Aaron. What a mess. And we lost one of those chocobo feathers, man. We shouldn't have got raped like that. Probably because I messed around with shit and took that weapon off of Titus. The game was like, oh yeah, you don't need that weapon? Really? You don't need that weapon? You don't think so? Actually, I brought in the slow weapon for that specific fight. So I could hit that guy with slow. Well, tomorrow's my last day. And then I am technically going to be unemployed. Wow, we've run into this formation 3 times now. All right, if you gotta do that, then you gotta do that. I'm gonna go back and save. Slow strike would be preferable. Slow strike would be freaking awesome. Oh yeah, I can't do that, can I? Let's try... No, we only have 1 stone strike. We have 3 stone touch weapons. It hit. Good deal. Now let's see if he can be darked. I think he can, but I don't think it hit. No, it didn't hit. I guess we can just do this. I think that's only number 2. I think this guy can drop something really good as well. This guy's one of the premier monsters. He drops this light curtain super early in the game. And he has a weapon drop that is, or maybe it's a weapon slash armor. I don't remember what he drops, but he drops something good. I think it's an armor. Maybe like strength plus 10 or something like that, which would be incredibly early to get that drop. That's to be expected, isn't it? I never noticed it before, but his belt buckle looks almost like a face being gagged. There we go. Third, a successful steal. I guess we can let her keep trying to steal until we have to let go and just call it good. Should be approaching that Rin's agency before much longer. Didn't hit. Ow. Guess we can try it. There we go. It worked. All right. One. Two. Come on. Alright, listen. I don't want to go through this much longer. I just want to get done with this.
I've been saving this one for you!
Slow to stick? Does it not stick
I
on
see
your
no
overdrives?
difficulty.
I guess I don't know. That must be number 2. There we go. There's number 3. SOS region. But plus 10 to hit points. So that's actually pretty good for her. Now, what else might we want to put on that? Hit points 5%. That would be hit points 15% and SOS to region. Man, that would be pretty good for her. She has such low hit points. Yeah, that's actually really awesome for her. Because she gets... as soon as she gets hit, she gets Regan. That's... that is really, really quite good. Boy. That is, that's quite the find there, that armor for her, man. Yeah, except for there's that. You know, this game should have elemental proof as an ability. Now granted, it would be something that you'd acquire late game, but... it should. Bum, 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 bum. Hey. And I forgot to heal her, so now she just automatically starts with Regen. Oh man. I'm gonna have a hard time taking that piece of armor off of her, to be honest. I was kind of expecting that, to be perfectly honest. And I was kind of expecting that, to be perfectly honest, which puts us in a very precarious position here. If I use a Phoenix Down on somebody and they do 1,000 needles twice, we're done. Switch hitter and spiritual shield. What do we get? Eh. Eh. Garbage. Hey, there's one right there. I guess we can kill you first. Okay, so the extra hit points allows her to take that hit, even without the lightning ward. But then it kicks in Regan. So that's actually pretty good. Those SOSs might actually be decent in this playthrough. Does somebody have SOS haste? I doubt it. But it's worth looking into. It's definitely worth looking into. Like, if I could throw that SOS haste onto her SOS Regan armor, she'd have extra 10% hit points, and every time she got hit, she'd get Regan and haste. Just boom. And that would be nice considering she's our only thief. Something to think about, I say. Alright, let's kill you. And also, if she gets knocked out in the previous battle and you don't heal her in between, she'd start the battle with Regan and haste. Interesting. Very interesting. I hope I didn't have some SOS stuff that I thought was garbage and sold it earlier. Stuff that would be super rare finds. Because in a normal game it's trash. But in a game like this... What do we got here? Can we make SOS haste? Okay, we can't make it yet, but we could make it. And then, do we have it, is the next question. SOS Regan. You know, I did have a bunch of SOS stuff before, and I sold it. Because I remember having gotten a bunch of SOS stuff. Now I'm starting to really be, like, concerned about that being, like, really dumb of me. But whatever, it is what it is, right?
Hey, hold it steady!
Why am I doing this? What do you see there, my lord?
Oh, I was just thinking.
This is important, no fooling around! You're gonna spoil it! Whoa!
Are you alright?
Now there's a scene for posterity.
Yeah.
Kraska. He's got quite the belly laugh on him. You know, I'm really surprised that they didn't make the prequel to this. Instead of whatever that XX or FFX2 was that I haven't played that I heard is just straight ass. Like, why would they make that? Like, I guess my question is why? After all the success this game had, and how, I mean, it was already baked into this game, that a prequel should be done. Why not? You know, maybe some maybe some forerunner of wokeness was given an opportunity to make a game. And that's where we got Final Fantasy X2. Come on, man! Why, dude? Why? He must be hiding lightning marbles in his shorts. And he knows that's what we're coming for.
Farewell.
Oh, he was. Because that never was supposed to happen.
It's done.
We would have got the rare steel, I just know it. Okay. All right. Well, it's good that all right. I'll take that. That's fantastic.
Well then, what next?
Haven't seen you on here lately. Wow, that's kind of fortuitous. That's extremely fortuitous. That's what I kind of expected there. I can't believe she survived, honestly. Number 2. Okay, there we go. That's kind of what I was waiting for. This is the formation that we got, the piece of armor that Aaron is using. So maybe we can get lucky and we can pull another one of those for someone. Dude, we haven't stolen in a lightning marble from one of these guys in a long time. I'm pretty confident that you... There it is. Boom! About time. Let's get that good vibes rare steel action. Let's just let it keep rolling. Sometimes it's just a one-off, and sometimes you get stuck in that sweet spot of RNG heaven, and you just keep on pulling rare after rare after rare. We had 3 rares in a row earlier just today. 3 rares in a row. Like, what are the odds of that, you know? But it doesn't matter, because RNG is a really fickle thing. Sometimes it just gets stuck in a loop. And usually that sucks, but every now and again, that loop is the rare, and you're looking for the rare, and you just get a bunch of unlikely scenarios to stack, and you get, like, you know, good stuff happens, but it's usually doesn't work that way. Maybe we can get the good drop now. You got the lightning marble off one of them. Maybe the one of them will drop a good drop. Yeah, one of them did, but it wasn't what we wanted. We were looking more like for a armor. Not that. Well, that's the formation right there, apparently. Because I've gotten 2 rare drops out of that formation. The one that Aaron has, that's like an extremely rare. Oh, dude, there's another rare steel. We do have a little bit of the RNG sweet spot. 2 rare steals in 2 different battles, and on top of that, the rare drop. Although it wasn't the super rare drop, and it was on a character that we're not going to be able to use it, but still, it was a rare drop. Let's just go ahead and just kill you. And then we'll farm the other guy for 2 more steals and see what we get.
Please.
Yuna's probably gone. Wow, she survived that? That's number 2. Anytime you fight this guy is an opportunity to get the rare drop and the good rare drop. And the good rare drop for a player that needs it. A good player, like Titus, would be good. Even Waka would be good. Although he has that. So still, Titus, Waka, Riku, I mean, if we got lightning proof with 2 open slots, for anyone other than Aaron, it would be a great boon to us. Just has to be one last fight before we walk out the door, right?
Please.
Please make haste. I wish I could make haste, bro. So this would have been the path where I stole that stamina tablet. I know that I can farm mega potions here. I didn't realize that stamina tablet could be farmed here. Now we're back to fighting Mincies. Oh man, that's pretty harsh. They're doing everything they can to try and... Wow, dude, really doing everything they can to try and steal this fight from us. I mean, seriously, that is awfully tough. But because they're being such ass clowns, we're just gonna return the favor and, what's this guy weak to? Fire? Plants are usually weak to fire. Absorb water. They're not often very pleased to see ice either, but usually fire is more brutal to them than ice. So let's see here. Well, let's just get you out of the way right now so that you're not nipping at my heels. And then you, I've got something special for you. The main reason he has fire too is so that he can heal himself with it. We only fought one battle that had a chest available to kill in it there. What do you have, bro?
Oh, Walker.
I guess that's probably wise to grab a few of those. A few of those.
Rides the shoe puff?
Yes, Adam Sandler. Yes.
Shoe puff's waiting. Right. All aboard?
He sounds like an Adam Sandler character. Ugh. Isn't there one right over here? Somewhere over here? There it is. See, on a normal playthrough, going back and getting these is, I think, a detriment. Because you just get too strong. Way too strong. Especially going multiple times through the Thunder Plains. Way too strong. But...
What are you shooting me for? So you don't do anything stupid again. I can't believe you attacked that shoe puff. Lord Braska had to pay the handler for damages from his own travel money. I said I was sorry. It's never gonna happen again. I promise. Ah, a promise. Which you'll forget come tomorrow.
Oren, please. He did apologize. He knows he was wrong.
That's it. Only thing I drink from now on is shoe puff milk.
You're sure?
We're on a journey to fight sin and save Spira, right? If I keep screwing up and making a fool of myself, my wife and kid are never gonna forgive me. That's on the record.
Okay, Banishing Blade. Alright. Yeah, damages an enemy. Isn't the shooting star the one that ejects enemies? What is that banishing? I don't know.
Waka.
Yeah, magic defense. And defense, I'd like to have... You probably can't get magic strength on an armor. And since she has +5 and +3 already on her wand, I think we're kind of boned. Alright, so this is Riku's, what, her second or third trip back here now? Not to be saved, but back. When did we go back with her? I don't remember when we did, actually. Nah, just the once. We didn't take her back too far. Man, I wonder what all that SOS stuff was that I sold off, honestly, because I had quite a lot of it. I hope I didn't, you know, I kind of think I did I think I had SOS haste. I kind of think I did. I kind of think I had SOS haste. For Waka. Kind of sick to my stomach, actually. Not realizing what the hell I was doing. Selling all that SOS stuff. You know how rare is some of that stuff, you know? I don't know. Extremely. Wow, nice one. This would have been a uncommon. I bet you can steal lightning marbles from these guys, maybe, huh? I do remember commenting on it being like SOS. Oh yeah, that's garbage. I think I had a haste one for Waka. I think I had SOS haste for him. But if all it was SOS haste and it didn't have an open slot, I mean, it still would have been useful, but I don't know. I did have a bunch of SOS stuff that I sold. And I was talking shit about it earlier, how it was the useless stuff. And in a normal game it is. I never, ever, ever use the SOS stuff in a normal game, but this isn't the normal game, and that was very foolish of me to do. Oh man, I can't believe. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it now. If there's anything I learned from going through my divorce, it's that when something is done, it's done. And looking back in the rearview mirror and hoping that, you know, you could change something that's been done, that's a fool's errand, man. You gotta let go of that shit. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't hope for the future, but, and you know, you would hope that you would learn from things that you did in the past and try to make it so you avoid some of the same mistakes in the future. And sometimes in life you're presented with an opportunity to rewrite the past. That doesn't happen very often. It really, really, really doesn't happen very often. But as far as the SOS stuff goes, you know, I just wasn't thinking, you know. I mean, one hit and we're in SOS. So that shit's gonna kick in a lot. Ooh, sleeping powder, that's a big one. That must have been the rare. I still think that's so weird that Antarctic wind in this game is considered inferior to the Arctic wind. It just doesn't seem right to me. Oh well. Once we get to Besaid, it'll be just like, well, not exactly, because I suppose we won't retrace every single step, but I don't have any problem going back and doing this another time, mainly because we're going to be able to steal all of the items that we are able to steal on the way there and on the way back, which, you know, is a pretty big deal. And now that we're back here, like, these battles are going to go very straightforward. It just isn't until you get to the Thunder Plains that you start to run into some, you know, some stuff that might be a little bit problematic. The only real issue that I foresee is now I'm going to be so hesitant to sell anything. I'm going to be scared that I'm going to be like, oh, should I keep it? Surprised Waka didn't heal over there. That's a really, really good drop right there. Especially if we had got it on the first way through. These battles should really just kind of, we should fly through in a very specific. Riku goes, Riku steals, Waka kills. Arn sleeps, Riku steals, or I mean sometimes Waka will, or Arn will just kill and still sleep. Except for those petrify monsters. Which actually will work out because we should be able to steal enough of them to give us at least one more set of petrify gear, or petrify proof, I should say. And that's gonna be nice because we're not gonna be able to get anything like that again until. In fact, it might be in my best interest to sit here and farm that shit on the way back. And I might do that. I don't think I'm going to do it on the way there, but I might do that on the way back. Being able to get those petrify grenades from those guys, I mean... That's a solid weapon right there. So I can go through and sell these. I got 2 of these. That's good stuff. You know, anything that's got like 3 slots on it is good at this point in the game. And going and fighting as many battles as we have here, we are starting to build up, at least with certain characters, a fair number of quality pieces of gear that we can at least yeah, but that's really good. That's really good. That's freaking awesome. There's stuff, man. We're getting some stuff, so that's good. I mean, that's really what this game is about. In the Final Fantasy games, whether it's Final Fantasy 13 or Final Fantasy 6, whatever it is, you know, if you want to do a low-level game, then you have to have good gear. Yeah, no, this here, I'm not gonna sit and grind these guys, but I will say, I'm gonna go save real quick. Probably I stole some marbles from those guys. There we go, Electro Marble, baby. That's where I got the ones that I had from these guys. This is pretty easy spot to steal marbles. But it's gonna be a rare though, you know? So wow. Is that for real, or did we just get 2 rare steals in a row? Or is that their common, which would just blow my mind? It'd be the best thing in the history of ever. I say that mockingly because there's no way that that's their common. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, when there's two of them, they can kind of... I just gotta find out for my own knowledge here. Dude, are you serious? I can straight farm these guys for marbles, dude? Oh, electoral. That's where I get confused. I get confused because I think the marble is the thing that's good. It's lightning marble that's good, not electro marble. Oh, I'm such a moron. Alright, sorry about that. My controller batteries went dead. I see marble, and I'm like, oh, dude, marble! And then, you know, this has happened a number of times where I see that marble, and I'm like, ka-ching! But no, it's not. And it's so dumb, you know, like, why are you calling two things marble, you know? Why is it like, I mean, marble should be the thing, you know, like, not lightning or electro be the thing, but marble be the thing. Marble is level 2 in my mind. Gem is level 3 in my mind. But they're not consistent with it. You know, and so that, in my mind, that's just silly, you know, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you being dumb? Like, just pick a thing, you know, like, I'm fine with just saying lightning 1, lightning 2, lightning 3, and I'm probably just gonna do that rather than by calling it, you know, lightning, and lightning aga. It's like, you know, do I really need the different A's and stuff? I mean, can I just call it lightning 1, lightning 2, lightning 3? Alright, let's go ahead and try and put you guys to slow. So you have been slowed. Good. Good boy. Good boy. Stay slow. And then go to sleep. Now let's see if we can get the other one. Oh, that's fantastic. Ah, you did get slowed. That's even better. Alright. 2. Where are we at here? I can't see the cursor. Oh, 1. 2. So each one of them has had number 2. Actually, should have been. Hold on, give me a second here. All right. Oh wait, no, he's not going to be susceptible to petrify. So, you know, what are these guys weak to? Anything? No. Not really. Well. That's right, because these guys are not susceptible to petrify. So that's what makes them lame. Oh well, we're not gonna farm these guys anyway. I'm just gonna take what I can get and then get the hell out of here. So let's just go ahead and just bring in Nina. And bring in Balfour. Sorry, I'm kind of doing like 2 things at once here. I better step into the kitchen real quick. And, yeah. Oh, I wonder. I couldn't be so lucky as for that to be an actual good one, could I? I don't think so. It's just gonna be the garbage. Well, I mean, okay. It is the good one in the sense that it's got 2 open slots. That's absolutely outstanding. I don't know that they're capable of dropping a stone-proof weapon or armor. But if they were, that would be awesome. So I guess that's probably the best thing they can drop, to be perfectly blunt about it. I don't think they can drop a stone roof. Stone ward with 2 open slots, I'll take it, baby. Anything with 2 open slots at this point in the game is pretty stout. Green powder would be nice. But high potion is fine. High potions, I will use high potions at a very high rate. Wow. Okay. So that's how it's gonna be. Yeah, that's to be expected. Dude, that bird has to go. He can't see, but he's able to dodge. That's pretty slick. Now I get it, they're not connected, but that's kind of funny. In previous games, a pearl bangle would have been sweet because it would have been like holy protection. Let's. Didn't hit. One. Two. Overkill. That must be the mushrooms that drop that. I'm just curious. Okay, touch. You know, one. Did it work? No. So now You have to try and sleep him, which does work. Man, what a boon. What a boon that sleep strike weapon has been. I mean, number 2. I don't think we got number 2. I think that's the number 1. I wonder if these guys are capable of a sleep strike. Probably not. But I guess you never know. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Mug. Even if it was like something stupid like, I don't know. Something that you could do in the early game that would take time, but would make it possible. I think that's good enough. We're not going to do a hard grind on these guys. Just try to grab 2 or 3 from each one and then get out of dodge, move on. That way when we come back on the way through, you just have fewer to collect. Actually, now that I think about it, the SOSs that I got probably weren't that great, because if they had 1 or 2 open slots, well, if they had 2 open slots, I would have kept them. If they had 1 open slots, then they were less valuable. You know, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. No, I'm not doing this. I just have a bad feeling about this. We're at the end of the pathway here. There's a save point any moment. Our last save was at the other side of the road there. I guess now that we're down to no, we're just gonna kill him. I hate to waste an opportunity like this, because this is the prime farming formation, because you get 6 petrify grenades fairly easily. Actually, you know, he should be like 5 hit points left here. 142, that's good enough. We'll go ahead and we'll finish him off the hard way.
Farewell.
Sleep well. This is that dangerous formation. With those hit points plus 10 though, she survives that now. Well, not back to back. And then that would have been, we would have probably died here before. Because Waka would be petrified, she would be dead, and Aaron would be in a precarious position right now. You know, if there's anything that can be taken out of playing the game at this this level of restriction on oneself, it's that you learn what formations are the dangerous ones. You know, playing through like this, honestly, this would be really good practice for preparing for a deathless run. I think my best is 4 deaths, maybe 5 deaths. But most of those were bullshit, so I could eliminate the bullshit deaths for the most part. Not completely, because like that last formation, I mean, we could get killed by that from bullshit. So avoiding the bullshit deaths, I don't know. Most of them are bullshit deaths, honestly.
Got you covered.
When I did my Waka run, my Waka is the main, I died to not one boss. It was well, the bullshit formation got me here on this road. That was my first death. Second death, I'm not even sure. Once the first one's out of the way, you know, you're not as careful in spots that would normally require a little bit more care. Like if a deathless run was still alive, you know, you would approach things a little bit differently. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Come on! I don't like that. That's a 50-50. We already tried it twice. Let's see it now. That's when I start to get angry. Alright, we're done. But, you know, I could do my best to avoid the bullshit situations. And, you know, if I'm strong enough to get through the bullshit spots with no sphere grid, then, you know. The one thing, though, that would get you kind of lazy would be the Petrify attack with Waka. Which normally I do get, but not until I get to the Calmlands. When I did that Waka as the main game, that was the first time that I had ever, at least to my recollection anyway, grind it out. come back here to grind out petrify, or stone strike, like we did for this one here. What am I doing? Coming back here to grind out stone strike. So that going forward from this location we would have stone strike, which basically neuters a good section of the game. Specifically home. Home is, I mean, there's you just completely and totally demolish home because everything there is susceptible to petrify. So it's pretty much just a slaughter fest at that point. I'm kind of hungry today. I want like something sweet. Well, actually I'm craving a whole lot. But I'm really pushing my self-discipline to the limit this week, honestly. There's a lot of things I'm giving up right now. Like, for example, chocolate is something I really like. I don't have any chocolate in the house right now. Mainly because, well, I never really ever have said that I'm on a diet. My whole life, I've never been on a diet. I just choose to, like, not eat certain stuff sometimes, because like, if I notice, hey, maybe you need to cut back on something there, Tubby, so then I do that, you know. But since I left DirecTV, my last I left in November of 2021. I've been making it a point to well, I mean, I've been making it a point for a long time to make sure that, you know, the kind of foods that I consumed, like, I was not eating garbage, you know. A lot of people eat garbage, and that's like the main primary source of their food is just straight trash. Like, they eat McDonald's and they eat Burger King and they eat Wendy's and they eat fast food, and that's the primary source of food for them. I mean, that's just like straight trash, dude. Like, there was an Office episode once where they ordered pizza, and they're like, the people in the office were like, yeah, like, this one pizza shop is good, and like this other pizza shop is trash, just no good at all. And then Michael, because he's trying to save some money, he orders the pizza from the garbage place. And then I forget the guy's name, but he's the one that they always have the fat jokes about him, you know, because he's overweight and whatever. I forget his name, but you know how sometimes the camera isolates them, and they're like just by themselves with the camera, and they're just, you know, having a monologue there. He's telling about how bad the pizza is, and he says it's like a hot circle of garbage. It was terrible. It was like a hot circle of garbage. I don't know, I can't do it justice, but it was hilarious. And yeah, a lot of the sandwiches that you buy at the fast food places, they're simply a hot circle of garbage. There's one thing, so I used to deliver pizzas like back when I was in my 20s. That's pretty much what I did for work when I was in my 20s. I delivered pizzas. I did a couple other things, but for the most part, that was my source of income, my primary source of income. And I worked for 1, 2, 3. Wait, was it just 3? Yeah, in my 20s, I worked at 3 different pizza shops. If you count my teenage years, there was another pizza shop that I worked for. Actually, 2 more pizza shops. But one of them was the same company, like a local business. But I worked for, like, they had different ownership, right? So, like, they're all owned by the same family in town here, but they have different ownership. You know, it's different family members own different stores, and I worked for the one back when I was like 19, and then I worked for the other one back when I was in my late 20s. But anyway, basically from like 18 and through my 20s, I worked at 5 different pizza shops. And one thing that I learned over time was you can tell how good pizza is by how it tastes when it's cold. So for example, if you ordered a pizza and you ate half of it and then you threw half of it in the fridge, and then the next day you go to eat it and it's cold and it tastes good still, that means it's probably pretty good quality ingredients that made that pizza. But if you go to try and eat that pizza when it's cold and it's like, dude, this is not good, well, that means that the pizza was made out of garbage ingredients. And that's pretty much the way it is. And honestly, I would say that that rule can be applied to most food. If you have, like, for example, I don't know about garbage because I haven't had it for a long time, but like, let's say you make a from scratch a really good red sauce, like a spaghetti sauce, right? That's gonna taste awesome when you first make it. It's gonna be outstanding. But then if you know, put the sauce in the fridge overnight and you open the container up tomorrow morning and put a spoon in it, pull a spoonful of that red sauce and taste it, it's still going to taste outstanding. It's just going to be cold, but it's going to taste really, really good, okay? Now, would guess that if you went down to your local supermarket or your local Walmart or something, and you went and bought yourself a jar of some, you know, something sold as spaghetti sauce. Now, if you take that jar and you just dip your spoon into that at room temperature, bear in mind it's not even cold yet, it's just simply room temperature, which usually would, you know, be more palatable than cold. I bet that spaghetti sauce just isn't going to taste very good. And I bet that even after you go ahead and heat it up, it still doesn't taste very good. Well, the reason being is because it's not very good. I guess the point that I'm making is that good food still tastes good after it has cooled off. Like, take a McDonald's hamburger, right? Sometime, you know, maybe you can choke that down if you're really hungry and you don't have time for anything else. Now take the same McDonald's hamburger and throw it in your refrigerator and then go to try to eat that later. Try and choke that cold McDonald's hamburger down and see how that goes for you. I mean, it's hard enough to choke that shit down when it's hot and fresh, let alone after it's gotten cold. Or French fries. French fries are a really good example of that, because French fries are basically hot garbage. I mean, potatoes are a fine food to eat. Oh man, I wasn't paying attention. I'm probably gonna die now. Oh, we're really lucky. Really, really lucky to not be dead right now. We'll go ahead and bring in Ifrit. That's probably the safest bet here. French fries, they're giving you fat and they're giving you salt. Two things that are like key ingredients in hot garbage, salt and fat, okay? Because the brain tastes the salt and it's like, hey, this is good, I need this. And the brain tastes the fat and it's like, hey, I need to store this. So it's tricked into think you're consuming something good. And in small levels, salt is perfectly fine for you and even good for you. And in small levels, fat is perfectly fine for you and even good for you. Certain kinds of fat, not all fat, some kinds of fat. But you go ahead and eat a big ass plate full of French fries, you're probably not going to feel that great later on. Now take that, even the best French fries, there's a restaurant in town that has really good fries here where I live. There's nothing special. I think that the oil that they use is not garbage. I think they use a little bit higher quality oil. I think is really the only real secret there. But their fries, you know, if I'm up in that part of town, I'll stop there and I'll get lunch sometime. It's not like a fancy restaurant, you know. It's like a family-run, orientated, like, you know, sit down, have some pizza, have a burger, have a taco, you know, have some kind of a sandwich cooked on a grill or something deep fried or something like a pizza cooked in an oven, you know, that kind of place, right? But as far as that kind of food goes, their stuff is pretty good. Anyway, I like their French fries. Their French fries are really, really good. But even their French fries, which are really good French fries, if you took those, let them get all cold and soggy and went, you know, try and eat that later on, you know, after maybe you threw it in the fridge for who knows why you do that with fries, but they would still not taste good because really you're just eating some starch that absorbed a whole bunch of liquid fat and then got doused with salt. So not good food, not good for your body, not good for much of anything other than, you know, if you're a dude, getting yourself a nice round belly or a nice tire around the edge, or if you're a woman, for giving yourself big thighs and a fat ass. Granted, fat asses are in style these days. Kind of. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. I think it depends on the shape of the ass. I'm not really sure how that goes, you know? Women, you know, it's funny. If you look at the history of mankind, men don't really say what's pretty. Women tell men what's pretty. Over the history of time, if you look at different cultures and different times and different eras and different, you know, just all across humanity, what is considered beautiful, I mean, there's your natural, you know, just God-given beauty. You know, a woman has a beautiful face, a beautiful figure that transcends time and space. Okay. But as far as the beyond, you know, the ideal female figure, which does change over time and by culture and stuff like that. For the most part, it's women telling other women what is attractive to men, you know? Because if all the women, you know, looked the same, right? Meaning not like they had the same physical features, but like if they all, you know, wore the same piece of clothing and wore all the same or no makeup and all had the same like hairstyle, right? You know, men would probably be like, whatever, we don't care. You know, we don't really care like what you wear. Like, that's for other women, you know? I mean, to some degree, like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't if I'm dating a girl, or definitely if I'm like married to a woman, I don't want her looking like a skanky piece of trash. Like nobody wants that. I shouldn't say nobody. Some guys like that shit, you know. That's not for me, but yeah, I don't know. It was crazy. There was this. Oh man, the other day at work, right? So I'm at work, and there's this. I don't know how old she was. Um, boy, 40, late 40s probably, pushing 50. 5 tons of makeup on, and a gallon of perfume comes strolling in, and really trying to hold on to her youth. She didn't have a bad figure, she was blessed with a good figure, and she hadn't, let it go really. Some women are lucky. I had a friend back in the day who married a woman who, she got pregnant, she had her baby, and like 5 minutes later, she looked just like she did a year ago. Like, some women are just that way. They don't gain an ounce during their pregnancy, and as soon as that baby drops, they just poof, they go right back to normal. Most women aren't like that. Most women gain a lot of weight during pregnancy, and they probably never lose it. Maybe sometimes they do. Anyway, this woman was probably more of the just blessed with the ability to keep her figure. But I saw her like at a glance, and I was mortified, man. I was like, oh no, no, stay away, please, no. I much prefer just a pretty face with no makeup on than the streetwalker look. That doesn't do whole lot for me. But there was this younger guy that was working with me, and somehow the conversation of that woman came up later on, and he was like, he said something like to the effect that he was looking forward to seeing her again. Like the idea that he wanted her to come back in the store because he wanted to look at her again. And I was like, oh my word, dude! Like, oh no, dude, no, no, what is wrong with you? No, dude, no, no. And I was like, that's what you like? And he was kind of put back, like he didn't know what to say. Because, he's a younger guy. He's a fairly good-looking guy. He probably chases quite a lot of tail. But at the same time, I'm like, man, that's what you go for? I mean, whoa! I mean, everybody has their own thing, but, I mean, if he's like just turned 21, if that's, what's he going to be going after when he's my age? I mean, damn, dude. I don't know. Maybe he was blinded by all the perfume or something. Maybe that's all that it was. It was just simply the pheromone trick. And he liked how she smelled and was blinded by the makeup. I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, I guess I didn't see what kind of clothes she was wearing as far as like, how much of her tits were hanging out. Probably, a woman like that, you're figuring, all the way down to the top of the nipples probably was showing in the cleavage. It's all packed in there, squeezed in, pushed up. Maybe 20 years ago she might have looked really nice, who knows. But man, I don't know. Anyway, each to their own, but that's not for me. I'd much rather just have, I don't know, and I'm kind of torn on that. So it's like, women who put that kind of, like, makeup on and stuff, either one, they believe that they're not attractive at all, and they feel that they have to put, they have to go to Sherwin-Williams in order to be presentable to the world, which doesn't say a lot about what they, about who they are on the inside. That's kind of troubling. But, or, I don't know. I guess I don't really know, like, maybe it is the thing where she's just trying to hang on to her youth, and she likes it when a man turns her head when she walks by, when they smell the perfume and they see the outline of what looks like it might be an attractive woman. And then, you know, that gives her ego a nice boost. I don't know why people do what they do. I have a little bit of psychology background, so I kind of try to understand why people do what they do, because it's just in my nature, I guess, to try and figure out that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm a weird person. I'll just admit that. I am different than most people. I look at things different than most people. I'm abnormal. Let's put it that way. Not like abnormal, like an abnormal from a psychological. Well, I don't know. Maybe abnormal. I don't think I have any like stuff that would be considered like, you know, usually when they say something's abnormal, it's like in a negative way, you know, like people have like bulimia or anorexia or, you know, some kind of a mental thing that, or like, you know, voyeurism, some kind of weirdo like stuff, you know. I'm not sure that I fit into any of that kind of like, you know, abnormal psychology type stuff. I mean, I have insomnia. I guess that's probably counts, right? I guess I would say I look at things very much differently than most people do. I have a different. I've never met anybody that I agree with on just about everything. I have some people that I have a fair amount of interest when it comes to like common interests and stuff. But even within those common interests, you know, like there are substantial disagreements. And then some people you just can't talk any reason into them. You know, you just can't. And I've kind of, you know, for the most part, kind of stopped trying because I don't know. I'll usually say something once to someone, and if I don't feel like they're picking up what I'm laying down, then it's probably not worth my time to go any further. So I'm very generic with people out in like, I mean, if I've known somebody for, even people that I've known for a long time, man, it's just like, I guess it just depends on how close I am with you. You know, I mean, there's people, I don't know. I guess I don't have that many people in my life outside of family that I talk to regularly anymore. I mean, that has changed so much over time, you know. I guess I would say after I became heavily involved with my ex-wife, meaning like when we were dating, but we were spending a lot of time together. I guess we kind of had, so the beginning of our relationship and the beginning of our marriage was extremely healthy. Like, we were as happy of a couple as I'd ever known, and as healthy of a couple as I've ever known. I mean, we were completely open with each other, and, you know, we weren't hiding anything, you know. It was very, very healthy. I think looking back on it now, there were some things that she didn't share with me as far as thoughts that she might have about something she might have kept to herself more than I would have shared, because maybe she would have felt I don't know, maybe unsure of how my response would be, so rather than having a negative response, she would just say nothing about it. I didn't notice it at the time, but looking back on it, I'm not married to her anymore, so you have time to try and figure out, well, okay, well, what exactly happened there, because it went from being so good to being done, something. But anyway, leading up to that, I had kind of, well, even like probably, well, I would say this, okay, so I met her, I don't remember, I'd have to do the math to figure out how late it was, but it was the, like, late spring, actually, it was Memorial Day. The first day I ever met her was Memorial Day. Like, we met at a coffee shop. May of 13? Yeah, 13. And I would say going back to somewhere around like 2009, and even farther back than that, I had just slowly kind of been, I guess you could say, putting degrees of separation between me and a lot of people that I used to spend time with. Not like anything out of malice or anything like that, but it was like a lot of people that I spent time with in my 20s were people that our life goals were just not, they were just too dissimilar for us to spend a lot of time together anymore, I guess would be the best way to put it. And so because of that, I, was just kind of, I guess, it wasn't, just me. I'm sure other people were doing the same thing, but just putting degrees of separation between me and other people. Not all people, some people I still kept in my inner circle. And then some other people would just, find their way into that inner circle over time. But as time moved on, the people who were in my inner circle became a smaller and smaller number. And so then by the time, like say right around 2009 or whatever, somewhere around there, I moved out of the place I was living into a different place. And so that kind of further, so I guess let's put it this way. There were some people that were told where my new place was, and there were other people that I never shared that information with. I guess would be a good way to put it. It wasn't anything done like specifically like by design. It just kind of probably worked out that way. So that was part of the process, which was, me changing as a human being and maturing and growing and, finding that some people that I knew weren't doing those things, and they were continuing to make poor life choices that were going to lead down paths that I just didn't want to take. And then other people weren't that way at all, and so, hey, we have more in common, we can, this is still going to work for both of us. Okay. But anyway, my circle of friends began to shrink, and my inner circle became definitely less cluttered than it used to be. And then when I met my ex-wife, a lot of my energy went into that relationship. and a lot of her energy went into that relationship. So, uh, we spent a lot of time together. But I mean, it was good before it turned sideways. But anyway, we had a really good setup, at least for the first number of years. My schedule is basically that I would have Mondays off every week, and then I would have most of Sunday off. I would have to work Sunday mornings for not all. I mean, for a while there I had Sundays and Mondays off, and then for a while there I had most of Sunday and then Mondays off. She would typically have Saturday and Sunday off. So then Sunday would be like our time together, and we'll have a date night or whatever. And then Monday would be my free time to do whatever the hell I wanted, and Saturday would be, her free time to do whatever the hell she wanted. For the most part, and that was a really good. And then obviously, there's, the work week where, still you sometimes go do stuff during the work week. But I think as you move out of your 20s and into your 30s and into your 40s, the things that you do during the work week, as far as recreation, are, at least for me anyway, became more me spending time at home than it would have been me going out to like a bar or a restaurant or something. But anyway, so I still kept, my inner circle that I would still kind of talk with and hang out with from here and there. But a lot of my energy and time was, focused on my relationship with my wife. Well, I mean, who became my wife. And then later my ex-wife. But after the fallout from that divorce, I really just kind of climbed into a hole, to be honest. I mean, I was like, imagine just like a wounded animal who climbs into a hole to lick his wounds. That was me. It was tough. And it really, I just threw myself into work, is what I did. But after I got, after I left DirecTV, which I worked at for about 4 years, I had just made it a point to get in better condition. Like, I mean, it's not like I was like in terrible condition, I just was not as active as I had been previously, because a lot of my job required me to just sit in a vehicle and drive around a lot, So, and then when I was, on a job site, it was a lot, I would have to do quite a bit of like heavy lifting and stuff like that. But, there wasn't a whole lot of the heart pumping kind of exercise, you know what I mean? I don't really know how to really describe it. It was just, I wasn't burning a lot of calories, I guess you could say. And it's not like I was eating like a lot. I just wasn't. I mean, I was eating fairly healthy. I would go out of my ways to make sure that the food that I was eating, I wasn't eating a lot of hot garbage. Let's put it that way. But I probably let the carbs get the better of me. Probably ate too many carbs. Probably ate too many granola bars, thinking that they were, granola bars, they're good for me. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, bro. Those granola bars are candy bars, just so you know. If you buy a box of granola bars and you eat a box of granola bars, you just ate a box of candy bars, disguised as granola bars. I was buying these ones. They had like some kind of chocolate, something or other. And I thought, I read the ingredients. They looked like they were fairly healthy, but no, I mean, maybe every now and again as a snack, it's probably not going to hurt you any. But in the long run, I think that those candy bars or granola bars really were candy bars, and I was eating quite a lot of those granola bars, thinking that they weren't bad for me, or telling myself lies that oh no, they're granola bars, they're good for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just just a pint of ice cream. It's not bad for you. It's just a pint. I mean, I wasn't eating that much ice cream, but I'm just saying, people tell themselves lies. It's just one container. It's just a small container of ice cream. I can eat the whole thing. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a Big Mac for lunch every day. It's just one sandwich. How bad can that be? It's just 1 gallon of soda pop with my meal. Well, maybe not a gallon, but whatever that huge ass glass of soda pop is. Oh, it's diet! It's diet soda! That's good for me! Yeah! I'd never drank diet soda. That was one thing that my wife and I had in common, is she couldn't taste, or she could not stomach diet soda pop, and neither could I. That was probably, of all the things that we 100% agreed upon, which, there wasn't, I mean, that's maybe one of the reasons why we got divorced. I mean, we had a lot in common, but a lot of the things that we had common were kind of at odds with one another, I guess. Like she would like things a certain way, and I would like things a certain way, but they weren't always the same way, So that was kind of a point of contention sometimes. But it wasn't like anything really, really big. But soda pop, diet soda pop, or regular soda pop, there was no argument about that ever. She preferred Dr. Pepper. I preferred Coca-Cola, but either way, there wasn't, I don't think we ever had a can of diet soda in the fridge the whole time we were together. I have a can of diet soda in my fridge now. It's been there for probably 1.5 years, maybe 2 years. It's been there a long time. Back when I worked for DirecTV, people would often offer me a beverage, and if it was in a sealed container, I would usually take it. But that diet soda pop, I wasn't going to drink that shit, so I just threw it in my cooler when I got in my van, and then it ended up coming home with me, and it's been in my fridge. I figured, somebody will be over here one day, and I could, because there's people, it's a Diet Mountain Dew, and there are people out there who would climb Mount Everest for the last Diet Mountain Dew on the planet, I'm telling you. So I figured someday somebody will come along and want that Diet Mountain Dew. But it's not me. I don't want that shit. No, thank you. I don't like diet soda pop in general, but Diet Mountain Dew, I mean, if I was going to have a diet soda, probably what I would do is go get a Coke Zero and see what it tastes like. But honestly, I probably wouldn't do that, because I'd go to that Coke Zero and I'd look at the ingredients list and I'd see some kind of fake sweetener in there, and then I'd Google that fake sweetener and find out that it, was worse than aspartame, and I'd be like, I'm good. I'm okay with that. I don't need that. I mean, I'm not saying that everything that I consume is super healthy. I'm not saying I'm even in great shape or anything like that. I'm just saying that artificial sweetener stuff is some of the worst stuff that you can put in your body. I would put that stuff in the same category, not on par with, but in the same category as far as the kind of harmful effects it can have on your organs as freaking methamphetamine, dude. I'm not even joking. Maybe it doesn't have a maybe the effect is not as fast, or, you know, like people who do math, I mean, they turn into like they're a normal human being. 6 months later, they're like Skeletor, and everything that they had that was good in their life is gone, and they're just like completely wrecked human being. I would say those artificial sweeteners have the same goal in mind. It's just that it probably will take a couple decades, and you're probably not gonna look like Skeletor on the outside, but I tell you what, your vital organs are gonna be looking like Skeletor, and you're probably gonna be morbidly obese in a couple decades or less. Like, you ever notice the people that drink diet soda pop are like almost always the people that are morbidly obese and drive around on the little carts in Walmart? But they drink diet soda, right? I wonder how that works. So is it the fat people that drink diet soda, or is it the diet soda that made them fat? How about that? I know that quote-unquote fat shaming is it is trendy to not do. I feel like I'm not the boss of anybody, but I don't know. I guess I guess in a generic sense, I don't have a problem having this conversation, but if I was like knew someone that was close to me, I would probably have a hard time saying, hey, you're morbidly obese, stop eating hot garbage, you know? Stop drinking poison. How do you have that conversation, you know, one-on-one with an individual, you know? That's a tough thing to do, you know? Hopefully their doctor is about all I can say. Okay, I need to just, I lost Waka, and I don't wanna die here. That dual horn is scaring me. I don't know, people that, I mean, there's a chart out there that says if you're this height and you're male, this is the healthy weight range. And there's a chart that says if you're this tall and you're a female, this is the healthy weight range. And when I left DirecTV, I was right on the cusp of what's considered a healthy weight range, meaning that I was right on the cusp of being considered unhealthy because I was a little bit too big. That's my fault. I was eating I wasn't getting enough exercise, and I was getting older. See, I've never really like gone out of my way to like go to the gym and stuff like that. That's never really been my grind or anything like that. But I've always kind of stayed active, you know, like one thing that I've noticed is that people are letting machines do too much of their daily lives for them anymore. Like, people have riding lawnmowers who have a tiny little yard to mow. And it's like, dude, get out there and walk and mow your yard. It's not even a big yard, man. Those riding lawnmowers, those are for people who have acreage, who would be out there literally all day to mow that shit. That's what a riding lawnmower is for. It's not for your little tiny freaking yard. So you can get it over and done with in 15 minutes. You know, that's not, I mean, get out there and go walk around a little bit, man. I don't know. even our own cars, like the more modern a car is, the more amenities it has, and a lot of those amenities are, I mean, it does so much for you anymore. Oh, I can't open that rear door. I gotta push a button and then a motor will open the rear door for me. I can't even shut the rear door because I'll press the button on my fob and the rear door will shut behind me. It's like, I mean, that's like probably not that big of a deal, but it's a little bit of exercise. It's a little bit of something your body's not doing that day, you know, that it used to have to do. I live up in the northern part of the country, and in the wintertime it gets really, really cold here, right? So a lot of people have remote car starters so that their car can warm up before they leave. Because I mean, if it's 25 below zero outside, you know, it's not ideal to go out there if you don't have to. And you know, I can totally see, you know, the benefits of having a remote car starter. But that's just one more trip outside where your feet are moving around and walking. You know, you're doing less exercise because you just pick up the key and then it starts for you. When you take all those little tiny things out of a person's day, at some point, you know, they start to add up to something. One thing I was thinking about, a lot of people, especially like baby boomers and stuff like that, are building homes with no stairs in them. And even people that aren't baby boomers are starting to do that earlier in life. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, I get the idea. You know, you're saying, well, if I'm ever like in a wheelchair or something later in life and I can't move around, you know, maybe it's best to have everything on one floor. But honestly, I think if you have stairs in your house, you're doing your body a really big favor, because it's so important for your legs and for your back to go up and down stairs every day. And if you don't do that anymore, you know, you're robbing your body of that little bit of movement. And especially in our country now, where all these people are morbidly obese, dude, all over the place, man. Like, it's terrible. And I'm not an advocate of making any kind of laws or anything to restrict, you know, caloric intake or the size of soda pops or anything, because it's, you know, it's your life, man. Do what you want. But at the same time, I would hope that people would make better life choices, and you know, if you're going to take everything out of your life that requires any kind of physical exertion, then you're going to have to go to a gym. There's no way else around it. Or you're going to become a blob at 50 years old or younger. And you know, if you come from money, then I guess that's okay, because you have money and you can go ahead and pay for all those doctor bills that you're going to need, and all those knee surgeries you're going to need, and all those other surgeries you're going to need. But if you don't come from money, then my tax dollars are going to have to pay for that shit. And I'm not okay with that. Crap, I didn't heal again. Okay, so this is dangerous. Oh, we got really fortunate there. All right, so what do I want to do here? I'm gonna bring in, you know, just to be safe. I'm really worried about the youth, because, I mean, do they even have gym class anymore? Or is it like a thing now where if you require the kids to have any kind of physical activity, then what would they call that? Like discrimination or something? Is it discriminatory to force the kids to have some exercise? Is it like psychologically, is it like fat shaming to make the kid get off his ass and go like play a game? Is it like ableism to make, oh, well, because you're a big fat slob, you know, at 13 years old, what do you think is going to happen to them when they're 23? Dude, they're going to be 23 in the little mobile cart at Walmart in the freaking candy aisle buying Snickers and freaking Reese's peanut butter cups. That's what's going to be happening. And then when they have a heart attack at 29, then who's going to pay for that shit? I don't know, man. It's just, shit's getting all crappy. There's so much messed up in our culture right now. So much. Right is wrong, wrong is right. Good is bad, bad is good. Everything's all flipped upside down, man. Okay, I'm going to the wrong place. How do I get to... How do I get... Oh, yeah, I have to take some other path over there. Yeah, I don't know, man. And I didn't heal again. I'm just going to die here pretty soon. I gotta heal outside of this battle. I mean, I don't wish anybody anything bad, you know? I wish only good for everybody, but I see all the choices that people make and how they're damaging themselves, and anything anymore, if you confront anybody about anything, then you're the villain. Even if what you say is 100% true and it has that individual's best interest in mind. It's like people have invented things like your truth. Like, what the hell is your truth, bro? Isn't there the fucking truth? If your truth is different than the truth, then what you call your truth is just a lie. It's called a lie. You know what a lie is? It's something other than the truth. Well, that's not actually accurate, because sometimes people tell you something that's not true. They don't realize what they're saying is false. And that's not really a lie. It kind of falls into the George Costanza theory on life, which is, it's not a lie if you believe it. All joking aside, though, you know, I used to work with this kid. He was a bright enough kid, but he would tell me things that were just straight up 100% not true. And I think he was just repeating things that other people had told him. And one day I was like, dude, double check. You know, if somebody tells you something, just don't believe what they say. Go check it out. Check for yourself. Find out if what they told you is true. Because if you repeat what somebody else told you, and what you're saying is not true, then you're just making yourself look like a moron. And I think that kind of stuck with him, because after that, when he would not always, but sometimes when he would say things, he would try to like give it like back up what he said with some sort of source sometimes, which is good. It's good that he was doing that. At least that way, when people tell him stuff, he doesn't just, repeat misinformation to others. That's a big thing with like Twitter and stuff like that, Facebook. The only problem is these companies have policies in place which stifle free speech, and you say one thing. There's a guy out there named Jordan Peterson who's like a brilliant psychologist and psychiatrist and author and professor, some Canadian guy, right? But he's pretty bright. If you've ever heard anything he's had to say, it's kind of difficult to argue against him. He has very well thought out positions that it's awfully difficult to poke holes in the position that he holds. If he's going to talk about something, he kind of knows what he's saying. What he's saying is he makes a valid. Let's put it this way: he makes a valid point with everything that I've ever. I'm not going to say I agree with everything he's ever said or I've heard him say, but he makes a valid point in just about everything I've heard him say. And on top of it, he's extremely bright. Very, very, very bright. Much more bright than me. Much more. But apparently Twitter has removed him. He can't, they banned him on Twitter because he said something about some actor or something like that. I don't know all of the specific details, but he said something about some actor, and then Twitter told him he isn't allowed to post anything on Twitter anymore because he violated some kind of terms of agreement or something like that. But then when he asked him what it was that what specifically did he do wrong, they wouldn't even tell him what he did wrong. So it's like, okay, so you're telling me that I violated something in your terms of, end user agreement thing. And since I violated this thing, then I can't post anything on your platform anymore. But then you won't tell me what it is that I did or said, like what specifically I did wrong, so I can, going forward, know what it is that I did and not do it again or something like that. It seems to me like it's more like they're just censoring him because they didn't like his point of view rather than because if they can't tell him what he said that was wrong, then or what if they can't tell him what policy was violated, because there's no these companies exist outside of the court of law, right? So you can't, in the court of law, everything's spelled out very precisely. Did you break a law? Yes, you did. Here is the law that you broke. It says right here, this is the law. And then you did this thing which is against that law. So there it is. But with these end user agreements, it apparently is extremely vague, and they can just say, I don't like what you said, so go to hell. You can't be on here anymore. To me, that's pretty dangerous. Google has done the same thing. Like when COVID was in its heyday, doctors were basically being deplatformed because they were saying, I live in a state where they're putting all these restrictions into place that are unfounded. They're completely unfounded. They're not medically founded. They're not scientifically founded. They're just, basically bullshit. And Google would take them down and say, you can't put stuff on Google anymore. Well, now time goes by, and oh, yeah, well, that stuff was actually right, I guess. You know, like masks. Oh, don't even get me started on masks, dude. I mean, if you have like a real respirator mask, like the kind that people use, like when they clean out, like, you know, black mold and shit like that, okay, yeah, those masks, those are going to protect you from stuff, okay? Those are high... Boy, oh boy, this is that bad formation. I don't know if I'm going... Why is Titus in there? I'm not even gonna risk it. We're almost out of here. So anyway, putting like a cloth mask over your face, I mean, even if you have it on correctly, which most people didn't, it's not doing anything for you. I guess the best way that I heard it put was this. If you put a cloth mask on over your face in the wintertime and you walk outside and you can see your breath, that will tell you how well that mask is filtering things out. Because if you can see your breath, then that means water particles are getting through your mask. And if water particles are getting through your mask, then lots of other shit is getting through your mask. So unless you're wearing a mask that will prevent your breath from being seen in the wintertime, then you're not doing any good for anybody. You're just virtue signaling, and it's a talisman, you know, like people put like a talisman in their car to ward off evil spirits and shit. That's pretty much what that mask is functioning as. Unless you have the proper kind of mask, you know, like the kind of mask that would filter out asbestos particles, I suppose. I guess I don't really know for sure about that. I guess I don't know. I suppose if it would have filtered asbestos particles, then it should filter out water particles, right? Is water particle would be bigger than an asbestos particle? I think, I don't know. I guess so. But I'm not a doctor. And I don't pretend to be one either. Dude, this section is really brutal, and I have Titus in there, which is causing problems. I guess my mind isn't on the game, it's on whatever. I got so many things going on right now. I don't know why my mind has wandered through all these controversial waters. It's not the stuff that's usually on my mind. Okay, so probably what I want to do is go back here and make a save if I can. Yes. Alright, so I have one that I didn't get in Macalania Woods. I've got one I haven't gotten because I haven't been there yet up at Mount Pegasus. And there should be one up on Mushroom Rock Road up there. But I don't remember how far along the path it is. This is much better. Having this formation, this team out there to start with, this is where it's at. If I deviate from that, then that's what causes problems. Even if Aaron misses, that's why, so it would be ideal for me to kill that guy first, but the reason I don't is because Waka is immune to fire. So Waka could theoretically in one shot by the dragon. If I kill the lizard first and then or if I kill the dragon first, because the lizard should probably, I mean the dragon can probably one-shot everybody except for Aaron. And the lizard, well, he won't one-shot, but he can petrify anybody but Waka. So it's just like one of those things where so there's just no audio here, there's no music, this whole area now. That freaking Regan armor is just absolutely fantastic. I wonder if that guy has a rare of a bomb core or not. Or if it's just bomb fragment, bomb fragment, bomb fragment. I did have some bomb cores before, but I think they were just from a chest. Ah, no, bomb fragment. guess the first time up here I wouldn't have had that sleep sword. Silence grenade, baby. Oh, wrong guy. Son of a bitch. Got a lot of element strike weapons so far on this thing. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of cool. Wonder what the odds of that are. I do have to walk all the way down there, don't I? That looks really cool there. I like that. it looks like it's just the background, you know? Like, you know, behind. Like I'm supposed to go off to the right somewhere. And then what's back there is just the background moving. But that's not the case at all. That's where I have to go. And there's actually shit down below there. This is such a good game. Would have been petrified. Click, click. Yeah, the mage stuff, that's really a problem. Let's see here, what do I got for electro marbles? Let's see here, well, wait. So it would be Antarctic Wind, I've got 29 of them. See how this does. Okay, so it is ice too. So Antarctic Wind is ice too. What's Arctic Wind then? Damn it. Arctic Wind. Yeah, okay, that's the one that makes you immune to stuff. I don't want to just use one of those yet. A lot quicker than Lulu, though. Ow. Forgot about grenades. I should just be using grenades. Well, no, I'm stealing, that's why. She's just so awesome. So freaking awesome. Riku. In Final Fantasy VII, it's Yuffie. She just dominates. In 6, they gave you Realm, but Realm just isn't that good. She's got a really high magic power, but it just never plays out that she's all that good. The World of Balance is really all about the physical attackers, and the World of Ruin is all about the mages, but she doesn't have the gear that the other girls have, so it's just... she's just not that good. Boy, his hit rate is pretty high. I'll give him that. Higher than it ought to be, I would say. Well. Okay, so he's immune to that? And immune to that. Wow.
No problem.
There we go, he's susceptible to slow.
You, away!
Allow me.
Alright, this thing should be running around here somewhere. it's right there. I can see it from here. It's nice that we're getting those silence grenades. That's something that the game went out of its way to try and make it more of a challenge to get that item. Ooh, and ether. Alright, let's go ahead and bring Arn. Well, yeah, we've gotten this close. I don't want to risk it. The flee command would be really nice, or like a non-encounter armor. That would be absolutely fantastic. We just saved, right? So even if we do get screwed here, we'll be at the end. Game's still trying to screw us out of those silence grenades. It really, really doesn't like us getting those.
Allow me.
See? It's doing everything it can to stop us from getting any more silence grenades. Silence grenades cost us 2 Phoenix down. If only we had Mug. I wonder if this guy's gonna let me ride the elevator.
Thanks for everything, Keenock.
I know I don't need to tell you this, but guard Lord Brasco well.
That I will. And you'll be busy too. I heard they made you second in command.
You know that promotion was meant for you. You were always the better one, even until the end.
You make it sound as if I was going off to die or something. I will see you again.
Yes.
Well then.
Going already? You will tell me about Zanarkand when you return, won't you?
Farewell.
Enoch put on some pounds. Okay. Thanks, bud. What are you standing up here for then? Now it's the long trek back.
Everyone, focus on the enemy.
Yeah, you cocksmokers. You know what? I want this. And then there we go. Uh-oh. There we go. Ooh, we can make a petrify armor or stone proof. We can add 12 silence grenades. That's nice. That's real nice. So if this is ice 2, what's this? Ice 3? Lightning, this is like lightning 2, this is lightning 3, water 2, water 3. This is fire 1, we don't have any, or fire 2, we don't have any fire 3s because the 2 bomb cores that I had, I gave to Ifrit so that we could give him fire 2. It only cost 2 bomb cores. It would cost 2 of those dragon scales to teach somebody water to, which I haven't done yet. Ow. That hurt. I don't like this at all. We're gonna go ahead and bring you in here. I wasn't sure who I wanted to give it to anyway, because we don't have they don't give us a water Aeon, which I think is kind of stupid, because this guy should be the water Aeon. I mean, Besaid is an island, right? What a more fitting area for a water monster than an island surrounded by water, right?
Check this out.
I want slice and dice, but I don't know how to get it. I thought it was like you just have to use this overdrive so many times and then you are just awarded it. But I really don't know. There we go. Now that he's been slowed, things should be a little bit better.
Farewell. Let's go.
I just noticed that it's the sound of the sea in the background. I wasn't really paying attention. I've noticed that the SOS Regan disengages once you're not in SOS anymore. It's only... So it doesn't trigger. I figured it would trigger when you went into SOS, and then it would just continue on in perpetuity. But that's not what it is. It just triggers, and then once you're not in SOS anymore, then you lose it. So, I mean, in Rika's situation, that's really, really helpful because she has such low hit points. But it's maybe not quite as awesome as it was looking that it might be. You know, I don't think I've gotten a single bomb core stolen from those guys, and I've fought quite a few of these, so I'm starting to lean toward they don't drop bomb cores. So I don't remember. When's the next time you fight bombs? Well, we were fighting some bombs on the Mushroom Rock Road there, but they weren't dropping bomb cores. They probably do as a rare, maybe not. Okay, because that has them. They will have bomb cores. There's bombs on the Calmlands. There is definitely bombs on the Calmlands. Yeah, there's that save point showing up down there just to confuse the hell out of you.
Well then, what next?
Oh, come on now. It looks like I should be able to get up there, but it won't let me. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I should have. Well, I should have stolen from him. So I'm gonna put him to sleep. Or just outright kill him. Oh, hopefully it makes you happy. We're getting close to being back to the high road. Way to dodge Riku. It's definitely not her forte. That's one of the reasons why I like Lulu so much, is that she dodges the shit out of everything. So, especially as the game wears on, and as you build her up, she's just, her evasion is like, everybody's got their thing, right? So Riku has her agility, Aaron has his strength, Waka has his accuracy and his luck. Lulu has her evasion and magic strength. Yuna has her... well, her magic's... we'll find out after this battle. I just want to double check. And then Titus... Titus is a good... well... he's a good all-around character, except for he doesn't have much in the way of magic. He's just not much of a mage at all, but other than the magic stuff, he's pretty well balanced.
So, how shall we do this?
Like, as far as all his stats and everything, he's pretty well balanced. But he just doesn't... he's not much in the way of being a mage. He's better off just using items than trying to... I mean, he has... his support magic is fine. It doesn't seem as though the support magic in this game is weighted at all, as far as, like... so, like, if for example, Yuna casts Regan on someone versus Aaron casted Regan, Walker casting Regan, I don't think the effect is going to be changed at all. I think the effect of Regan is going to be based on whatever stat of a particular character governs Regan, not so much the stat of the caster. So the support magic and stuff, like healing magic does matter, but I don't think, well, Regan may not be the best example because it is a healing magic, but I don't think it matters. So she's got her evasion and her magic defense and her magic strength. They're all very good, but she's top-notch evasion. Nobody else comes close. Riku has her agility, which actually isn't shining through like crazy right now, but compared to everybody else, it's pretty high. You got 5, 10, 6, 7, 10, 5, 16. So Titus actually isn't bad. Titus is... Titus is good at everything except for when it comes to magic. He's not great at anything. Like, You look at his stat. I mean, his strength is all right. His strength is second only to Aaron. Well, technically, well, actually, Kamari technically has higher strength. But Waka is technically only 1 point beneath him. That just doesn't feel right. Titus does much more damage, it seems like. But his evasion is 10, whereas Waka's is 5. Kamari is 5. Her evasion is pretty good. I mean, she's not as good of a mage as Lulu. You can see Lulu's got much better magic defense. Her evasion is much better. 10 points apiece. Their magic strength is equal. Physical defense and physical attacking. Lulu has 3 points better defense. Agility, she's a lot more agile, so she does get... If there is a knock on Lulu, it's that she's slow. That's the knock on her. But, you know, she kind of has to be because she's so much better than everybody else at most everything not relating to... so her physical defense is masked by her evasion because she dodges most attacks. She doesn't get hit very often. When she does, it hurts, but she does dodge, like, a lot. She really does. And her magic defense is so high that even magic attacks don't hurt her like they hurt everybody else. So the fact that her defense is lower than everybody except for Lulu's, or except for Yuna's, actually the same as Riku. But the only person with a lower defense stat is Yuna. But that's masked by her evasion. Yuna's got a pretty solid evasion too, but it's just not the same as Lulu's. And I don't know. Lulu is, like I say, if there is a wart that you have to overcome with her, well, obviously there's the accuracy, but there's no reason to ever use her as an attacker. Her physical strength is absolute garbage, and her accuracy is absolute garbage. I mean, even Riku has a higher accuracy. Warren. Okay, so his accuracy is not very good either. That's true. That's the downside to Aaron is, well, he's slow too. He's really slow. He's as slow as Lulu. It feels like he's slower than Lulu, but that's probably because a good build for Lulu is going to be pumping her full of agility, or at least some good, solid agility. Pump her full of agility, pump her full of just basic stats, like, I don't know, I typically take her into late game white mage where she gets pumped pretty hard down there. But she comes out the other side, she's doing damage cap by the Calm Lands. Nobody else is even close to that. The closest thing to that is giving Waka a Stone Strike weapon at the Jose High Road. And on some level, that's better because it's like really quick, you know? You get through all these early mid-game battles. But once you get to the later stuff, that's Petrified just doesn't work like it does down here. And Holy just dominates shit. But once you get Waka's strength up a little bit, he just crushes. Just crushes. Because he's so fast. I mean, you could, well, the way I built him anyway. With the last game, I built him, man, he was good. I never built a character like that, and going forward, I guess I would like to try and build Titus like that and see how that turns out. Let somebody else be the person casting haste, but that's just such a good role for Titus. It actually, the way I played that last game with Waka as the main, basically using Riku, Waka, and Titus from the point that Riku joins the party forward. I mean, that was pretty kick-ass, I have to say. That was a really fun playthrough. And it really, as it played out, and a part of it was the part of the map that he was in during all of this and everything, but it was really cool how it played out that that Mount Gagazet was literally the part where he just... I'm getting tired here. I gotta find a save point. You know, it was like climbing that mountain is when Waka became a man, because he wasn't doing much in the way of damage at the bottom, but by the time he got to the top, he was doing really good damage, and by the time he got to by the time he got through Xanarkand, he was doing damage cap by himself. Well, it just goes to show you Lulu's slower than Aaron, because Aaron just got to go in front of Lulu. Regardless of what those numbers say, there must be decimals that aren't displayed. Because Aaron went first. I always felt that Lulu was faster than Aaron. I guess it just depends on how you build them. But going by base stats and base stats alone, I guess that's not a very big sample size. It's difficult to say because of one round. We know we need a little bit bigger sample size to be able to confidently say that we've stumbled upon something here. He just can't help himself, you know? He just can't help himself. Oh, I want to get to Besaid. I'm going to get to Besaid before I end this. When I start the next stream, I want to be in Besaid, leaving Besaid, making my way back to, well, the end of Macalania, really. Oh man, this formation. And C and A get to go, so the two big guys go... Well, we just saved, so whatever happens, happens. Oh, that works out perfectly. Well, you don't like to see that, but... Tomorrow's my last day there. I wonder... I was thinking I'd bring some caramel rolls in there or something for them, but... Maybe I'll stop in on a Saturday and bring the poor souls working on a Saturday some caramel rolls. I think they would appreciate that. The only problem is, when the hell am I going to ever be up on a Saturday early enough where I can be there before they... I don't know, I shouldn't say that. Hopefully I can find a job where I can work afternoons or evenings. Maybe I'll even dip my toe in the overnight water. I've never done that before, but with my insomnia, it might actually work out well for me. I guess I wouldn't like... I would like it better if I could get done in the middle of the night rather than like work all night long. If I could get done at like 2 or 3 in the morning, I've done that before. That isn't that bad. That would be better than, getting done at like 5 or 6 in the morning. That would be kind of tough. I don't know how much I'd like that. That's getting kind of far. If the sun's coming up when you're getting off, that's... I mean, in the wintertime it wouldn't be, but in the summertime it would be. Where I live, anyway. We have really long days in the summer up here. The summers up here are fantastic. If I'm ever blessed with the financial wherewithal to own multiple homes in multiple areas, I would definitely own a home in this state. Probably show up sometime in May, I suppose, or if spring came early, maybe in April, but it's usually, I mean, we had a blizzard in April this year. It's usually not that bad, but we had, I called it snowpocalypse. We had multiple feet of snow. I think we might have gotten pretty close to a record with that snow that we had. The whole place shut down, pretty much the whole state shut down for like 2 days. But most of the region shut down for like 4 days. I mean, as far as like the actual closing down of the interstate highway and like the, the main thoroughfares, that was a solid 2 days. But as far as like everybody until, from the time they got locked in until they got, everything got cleared out, like reasonably, like everywhere, it's probably solid 4 days. It was crazy. I don't remember seeing a snow like that. Like, well, we had a really crazy storm in like 1997. I think it was 1997. That was similar to that. I remember being snowed in at my friend's house, or his parents' house, and stuck out there for like 2 days. That's probably the last time I recall there being that much snow in that small window of time that late in the year. Usually the snow here is like really light and fluffy. It's cold, so like the moisture content just isn't that high in a lot of the snow that we get most of the time. Except for like the early winter. Like if we were to get like a big snowstorm in like the end of October or middle of November or something before it gets real cold, sometimes that snow can be like really heavy and thick. Or if we have a late blizzard, it can be really heavy snow like we had this year. Sometimes if it gets nice enough by March, we can get some pretty heavy snow type blizzard conditions, but most of the time it's just a lot of wind and the snow will accumulate and blow around like crazy, but it's usually just that light fluffy stuff, so you can kind of still get around in it, but that heavy wet snow, once that stuff starts to settle in, you're kind of stuck until it gets cleared out. You just can't get around in that shit. I mean, normally, 6 inches of snow, whatever, life goes on. Nothing, you're not going to shut down anything for that. And it's funny to me, because in other parts of the country, they get an inch of snow on the ground and like, schools are closed! And up here, we're just like, what's that now? You close school because there's an inch of snow on the ground? Like, what? Now, granted, that's probably in like Louisiana or something where they never see a snow, but still. I mean, I don't get that. Like, what can you not do in 1 inch of snow? Like, what, like, travel would be prohibitive? I just don't understand. Like, it's 1 inch of snow. Even if it's so heavy as snow that it's just white rain at that point, it's still just not that much. I guess if people just drive around with bald tires all over the place down there, nobody has any kind of like, just driving those slicks, like racing slicks. I guess, who knows? Who knows? I wish there was more Chocobo traveling in this game. Like, rent a Chocobo and travel all across the world. Like, why can't there be a Chocobo stable at the either end of the Thunder Plains, for example? Or on anywhere? I mean, once you've passed and cleared the area, you should be able to have access to a Chocobo stable. There's no real good reason to not allow that, other than, the game developers they got lazy. Alright, there should be another sphere here. The sound of the music here, like, makes me think of, like, a SimCity game. Like SimCity 3000 or SimCity 2000. Where is it at? Should it be, like, around here? Laying on the floor. There's a primer down there. Maybe it's on the other side. Maybe it's actually in one of the locker rooms. I don't remember. There it is.
Hey, Aaron, did you get that last match?
Yeah, but I don't understand why you wanted me to. Didn't you say you have Blitzball in your Xanarkand?
Not a sportsman, are you?
Working on your form?
My form don't need no work. I'm the great Jet. It's for my kid.
Your son plays Blitzball?
Yeah, and he wants to beat his old man bad. Once I told him to give it up. He didn't speak to me for a week. Wonder what he's doing now. I hope he got bigger and put on some muscle. Hey, what's the big idea? Stop shooting.
It's interesting. Titus's clothing very much resembles Jack's. His whole left arm has a sleeve of some kind of armor type thing. Jekt is much more pronounced. And his right leg has one long sleeve, whereas Titus's is just a short little sleeve. It's interesting. I wonder if that has anything to do with, like, if it's supposed to indicate, like, a success level, like college football athletes have stickers on their helmets based on their accolades. I wonder if the sleeve on the arm and on the pant leg is any kind of supposed to resemble that kind of a deal or whatever. I have no idea. It just seems like Jekt is all metal a full metal sleeve on his left arm. It's actual like armor, whereas Titus is more like cloth. Maybe down by his fist, maybe. It looks like it might have some metal. Maybe down by the wrist there might be some kind of... Let's see if we can get a closer look at it here. Yeah, down by his wrist, down by his hand, it does look like it's made of kind of some metal a little bit. But then the rest of it is all kind of like more like cloth. The top looks like maybe it might be metal, maybe it's leather. It's tough to see. But it's definitely not as heavy duty as what Jecht has. Jecht is more like chain or like plate mail. And then again with the long pant leg versus the short pant leg, it's just kind of interesting. Why, you know, if it represents anything other than just youth, or I guess I don't know. So then there should be another one here on the boat. I kind of was looking for these as I was going back there the first time. I didn't go into the locker room there, and I didn't go up to the top of Mushroom Rock Road. But I did go inside the cabin here looking for that one. I just didn't want to take the time to look for the other ones. I wanted to... What the heck? It should be in here. Maybe it's on the other trip, the other boat. Or maybe I thought they were the same boats, but maybe they aren't the same. I do like this tune. Titus's theme. It's a pleasant song. Is it like a harmonica? Isn't there a sphere in Kilka? I feel like there is. Kilka Woods. No, it wasn't. No, it was a monster. We'll get there. On the way back, I want to stop there and grind out a few battles against those elementals. There's some like lightning elemental monsters in there that are they have a rare drop, but anything that we'll fight in Kilka Woods is pretty mincy. Mincy. I mean, there are different boats. They have different colors. Which one's red? The other one's green.
After you get that Aeon from Besaid, where are we going?
Back the way we came. Then we go north from Bavel and climb Mount Gagazet.
Beyond it lies Zanarkand.
Zanarkand, huh? It's been in ruins for 1,000 years, right?
So the legends say. No one knows for sure. It still could be your Zanarkand.
Thanks for trying, Orin. I thought if I went with you guys, I might find a way to go back. But it's not that easy. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Braska. It's not your fault. I should be thinking about fighting Sin now anyway. Zanarkand can wait. But I will find my way back.
Be careful, Jecht.
Hey, I'll be all right. You're the one that should be careful. Wouldn't want your little girl to cry.
She'll be all right. She's strong, like her mother was.
They never say how he gets all those scars, do they? Probably some sort of a Machina accident. Because he has those scars before he gets sent back to, or before he gets sent 1,000 years in the future. So, that water monster has a rare dragon scale. A water 3 spell. This is pretty awesome. I wish that there was a way to get a item or an armor or something that would allow for the player to steal only rare, but that the player could get that early in the game. You know, even if it was, you know, a well-hidden thing that is difficult to get. Even if you had to jump through a lot of hoops to get it, it would be really, really nice. Really, really nice. Even if all the rules would still stay, you know, stay in play, meaning that it just eliminated the common steal, so you can only get rares. If your character tried to steal a common, it would get nothing. But I guess what I'm trying to say that, you know, you'd have a 100% success rate on your first attempt to get your item, which would be only a rare. And then after that, 50, 25, so on and so forth. But only for rares is how it would go. So that would be great, because then you could just grind rares in a playthrough like this. I'm pretty confident you can get an item that allows you to only steal rares, but it's super late game type stuff. I think you can only get the, well, I shouldn't say only. You could organically harvest all of the required items, but it would probably take way longer than it would to do what you need to do to get those items from the monster. So there's basically would, if my memory is right, and I don't remember what the items are, but it's just not really worth it to try and collect them on your own versus just doing the task required to the monster. So I'm pretty sure I've gotten that. I don't remember what it's called even. It's something I no doubt have in my late game profile. Master Thief, maybe? Maybe that's a different one. I just don't recall. Designer Wallet, maybe? Maybe Designer Wallet is what you need to make the Master Thief or something. I guess I don't really know. I'm just trying to think in my mind what possibly it could be. But I just don't recall. There we go. Dragon Scale, baby. That's what we're looking for. It was too much to hope for that it would be a silence proof. She's such a small role so far in this playthrough that I'm not sure how much of a... I mean, the fact that Riku can do everything she can do, and she can do it better, kind of makes it a little bit. I mean, what can Lulu do better than Riku? In this playthrough, well, she can use magic points to cast spells, which can be replenished at save points or via. Riku, on the other hand, there's definitely some heavy lifting involved in acquiring the needed material for her to be able to. She's kind of like a ninja class. I mean, everything she does is consumable. Only you can't buy them. It wouldn't be. It would. Well, I guess she'd be more of a ninja class if the items that she uses could be just simply purchased. That would be cool. There it is.
Smallest heap of huts I ever seen.
Now, that looks like a fine place to live. Orin,
My lord?
when this is over, could you bring Yuna here? I want her to lead a life far away from this conflict.
You have my word. I will bring her here.
Thank you, Orin. You're a good friend.
What are you guys doing? Let's go! I'm so hungry I could eat a shoe puff whole.
Sorry. Well, let's go then.
That guy kind of looks like one of the people walking on the streets of GTA 3, doesn't he? One of these places sells this stuff. Does seem like a nice life there, doesn't it? Look at that cat just sitting on that bed like he owns the place. Kind of like my cat, only my cat's not allowed in my bedroom. At this point in his life, that's the only room that he's forbidden in the whole house. I don't let him in my room. Where's the others? Oh, that's what's up. Alright, let's go ahead and make a save up here at the top of the hill, and I'm gonna say goodnight. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will pick up probably tomorrow. Or if not tomorrow, probably at least sometime. But who knows? You never know what every... So we'll see what happens.